All right, we're in 4K, which is what we were trying to get done here. All right, folks, if you like the content, give us a super chat, folks. We would appreciate it. That's what keeps us on the air. Also, we are going to be doing members only when the war kicks off. Here it comes again. All right, I need somebody to see if they can sign up as a member. Super chat is working, but I need somebody to sign up as a member. We have 3 members now, 3 levels of membership. We have majors, colonels, and generals. Well, hello, Brazil. So I'm going to do a news broadcast coming up here in 3 hours, but I wanted to get this up. So is that people that wanted to watch this, rather than watch the news, they can come over here and watch this. And we've been trying to get this channel monetized for years. And we had to delete 390 videos to get monetized. All right, thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. 30 EAMs. That's well above average. So we're going to keep the EAMs going here. Not yet, Bib. Not yet. I love it. One screen says that there's 250 viewers, and the other screen says there's 177. Gotta love it. All right, folks. So we can now accept super chat, and we can accept memberships. So get signed up. Membership is like $2.99 or $3.99 or something. So go get signed up as a member. Or will it let you even? It said we were approved. Now, the reason that we're going right after them, fentanyl is one, but the real reason is they have hypersonic missiles down there. Yeah, now mine's saying 269. Will they let you sign up as a member? That's interesting. I'm looking here, and it says right now the only thing that they're allowing is super chat and super stickers. That's interesting. Deal no membership. Yeah, mine says 276 viewers right now. I have enabled membership, but for some reason it's not showing. And they approved it. We got approval for it 2 days ago, I think it was, that they approved it. Here comes more. That's an E4B, not an E6B. That's a doomsday plane right there, airborne, going north out of Fort Worth. Yeah, that's the big boy. Yeah, that's the real deal. Whoop, whoop. I don't have the button on this machine. That's as close as you get. Whoop, whoop. More to follow. It's getting thick, folks. All right, thank you for the super chat. We've had 7 years of putting content up on this channel for free. So we appreciate everybody giving us something for those 7 years of not getting a dime on this platform. We have now monetized 2 of our channels. A small channel with only about 4,000 people. Supposedly we just got monetization for this one. We could do it, see the super chat. They told us 2 days ago that our memberships had been approved. All right, folks, we've had over 34. I think that's the 35th EAM here in this 24-hour period. Anything over 20 is abnormal. 40 is a wartime footing. And, well, we're at 34. So we've got 40 minutes left in this 24-hour period. A lot going on here. So pay attention. For those of you on Rumble, I have put up a stream on YouTube. And for those of you on YouTube, I have put up a stream on Rumble. Now, the reason I've done that is because we're going to do our news broadcast tonight at 8 p.m. But I don't want to take down the live feed of everything going on in Venezuela. So what I've done is I've put it up on YouTube, separate feed. It's 4K over there, by the way. Same content as you're getting here on Rumble, you're getting on YouTube, but what you're getting on YouTube is in 4K. But they're 2 separate streams, and I'm talking to both at the same time. I've got a headset on for YouTube, and I'm setting at the main studio desk for the nightly news broadcast. And I'm hearing a faint EAM. Yeah, we saw the E4B going up out of Abilene to the northwest. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate that. 386 folks over in the YouTube chat. Thank you very much. Appreciate all the super chats, folks. It's been 7 years without being paid from YouTube. So we appreciate you guys showing your appreciation. That's what keeps us on the air. And considering that Rumble has been hiding about our income. So we appreciate anything you can do over there on YouTube. All right, so everybody knows if you want to interact with me, I'm going to be getting out of the studio chair and moving over to the Flight Sim server. And I'm going to be interacting with the folks on YouTube because it's been a while since I've done that. So if you got questions for me, come over to the YouTube stream. Let me get that for you. So is that you will know where that is for those of you on Rumble. Hey, thank you much. Appreciate it. Greatly appreciated. Wow, I can heart the super chats. I didn't know that. Thank you, Granny. Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Boob. Thank you, Shane. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, Forrest. Meester, thank you much. And Grammy, appreciate it. Thank you, Patel. Thank you, TJ. Thank you, JG. Appreciate it, guys. Make it worthwhile to be over here on YouTube. All right, guys. Yeah, we really appreciate it. My wife just told me we can now pay the water bill. So thank you much. All right, so because I know this is going to be a long night, I am going to stuff my face here for a moment. For those of you on Rumble, let me give you the link over to YouTube. There it is. So we're kicking it tonight. We've got 183 on Rumble. And we've got 421 in YouTube. So thank you much. Appreciate it, Judy. Greatly appreciate it, Judy. Hey, Led Zepp, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well out there. So let's see those thumbs up. Yes, we're going to be doing caffeine intravenously tonight. So just go ahead and get your IV set up and just grind up those caffeine pills and just put them straight into your IV. Oh, so we got E6s getting ready to go, do we? All right. Well, so yeah, E6s. Yes, it's because that the president of the United States told Maduro to get out of Venezuela right now, or he was going to whack his weenie. Not in so many words, but that's what he said. Oh yeah, so we got an E6B up out of Spokelahoma. And the E4 is out of Texas. Thank you, UTP. Soon. Uh-oh. I'm picking them up on the big one. All right, so yeah, we're picking up radio traffic on the big one here. So that aircraft that just took off out of Oklahoma, we're picking them up right here at the studio on our antenna that is 275 feet long. Excuse me, 270 feet long. So that's the great part about the communications equipment here at the KLW World News Studio. We are actually capable of hearing the aircraft involved in the conflict. Yeah, imagine that. No other news organization does that, folks. KLW World News, home of the big one. Tailspin.
Juliet, uniform, Oscar, 3, Echo, Hotel, Quebec, India, November, Delta, November, Hotel, Echo, Mike, Victor, November, Juliet, 6, November, Oscar, India, uniform, Echo. I say again.
All right, Taxi, I think it did. I'll be honest with you. We shall see. All right, folks, that's straight. That is literally straight from the plane. We're not getting it secondhand. We're getting it straight from the aircraft. So with all the EAMs that we've got, the E6B that just took off, the E4B that is headed to the north, this looks like we got exciting times ahead. Oh, there's another E6B just took off out of Andrews Air Force Base, headed out over the Atlantic. And we've got an E6B has also taken off out of California. Okay, all signs are go at this point in time. I repeat, all signs are go. So we have, let me get it up here for you. That'll be number one. And we'll do it for you here in real time. E6B, E6B, E6B. That's half the E6Bs in the world are airborne right now. And the interesting part is they all just took off. So, yeah. Interesting. Very interesting. An E6B is the airborne command and control for the military. So when you want a commander in the sky to show you what's going on or tell you what's going on, that commander is going to be on an E6B. The big guy up there. The ruler of the conflict. The big dude in charge. The big kahuna. The big chiefs. Who that? Who that? Who that? Yeah, at this point in time, it looks like things are definitely lining up to transpire here in the coming hours. Yes, it is a big deal. Yeah, roger that, Jays. So if you like the content, please consider donating to the channel. We have actually made enough now today to pay our water bill, so that's a good thing. I'm now more worried about the electric bill. So now the fact that we can actually do a super chat, and hopefully we'll be able to do memberships, which they've told us that's approved, but oh shit. They're calling me. Stand by. All right, so it is heating up down in Trinidad and Tobago as we speak. It's getting hot. Not looking good for Maduro at all. So, folks, if you're on YouTube and you want to interact with, if you're on Rumble, you want to interact with me, I'm going to be on YouTube interacting with the folks over there until it's about time for news. And then what we're going to do is I'll do the news here on Rumble. And then when that's over, I'll probably be going back over to YouTube. Once this kicks off and the initial attack is underway, and I feel as though it's safe to put up my other cameras. I've got some other cameras that I may be putting up showing aircraft inbound. I don't know. I'll have to see at that time what level of stuff is coming in. I got cameras that can see the U.S. coming, and so because of the fact that you can see the U.S. coming, I am not putting those cameras up. Okay, I do not want to jeopardize the safety and security of U.S. forces doing an operation in Venezuela. I would feel really, really, really bad if somebody got hurt or killed because I put up a video camera that showed them coming and the Venezuelans shot them down because of that. So that's why we do not have KLW World News spooky cams any more than what you're seeing. Yeah, roger that. There's a lot of command aircraft up. There are 3 E-6Bs and an E-4B just took off out of Fort Worth, headed north. So yes, we have 3 airborne command aircraft airborne at this time. Yeah, we have 3 airborne command aircraft at this time. Airborne, 1 in the central part of the U.S., 1 over the Atlantic, and 1 over the Pacific. All right, you need anything else, let me know. I'll be standing by. We're live on YouTube and Rumble, by the way. All right, roger that. You need anything, let us know. All right, that's part of the military that is down there. I'm not going to go into who he is or where he is. Let's just say he can see Venezuela from where he is right now. But there's a lot going on, folks. So I'm going to be going over to Rumble and YouTube and interacting with the folks over there. I have cut off the music on Rumble, and I'm about to cut off the music on YouTube because I don't want to miss any of the radio traffic at all. So, and the advantage is that Rumble is tied into the big one, and YouTube is not. So I'll have to relay or jump up anytime here that we've got audio coming out. So a lot going on. So the great part is that one of the troops that's down there is actually on the KLW World News Network. So it doesn't get any better than that. You too can be on the KLW World News Network. Just go to klwworldnews.com and get signed up while space is available. For years, there has been a line, but we have expanded the number of members that we can have. So now is the time to get hooked up. Again, go to klwworldnews.com and get signed up, VIP, Platinum, or Gold. We are doing a class this coming Sunday that is worth more than the membership. I'm going to be doing a class not only on radios, but we're doing a class on tactical lighting. Lighting for after an EMP event. Lighting for after the shit hits the fan event. What light, when to use it, how to charge it, what light you should choose, all of that. We're going to go through my personal gear bag. You know, everybody should have a go bag. If you don't have a go bag, you need to go get a bag and put shit in it right now. Okay? Everybody should have a go bag. But what we're going to do is we're going to go through my go bag. Imagine that. You're going to go through Lee Wilbarger's go bag, and I'm going to show you the lights that I carry. And I'm going to show you why I carry that light. I'm going to show you how I charge those lights. I'm going to show you when I use each one of those lights, why I chose that exact light, and the advantages of using that light over any other light that is out there. So you're going to see yours truly's personal collection of lights, solar battery chargers, all of that. That'll be this Sunday afternoon at 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Central, 2 p.m. Mountain, 1 p.m. Pacific, exclusively on KLW World News Roundtable. So if you want to do that, make sure you get onto the KLW World News Network. Go to klwworldnews.com and get signed up, VIP or above. Do it now so you make sure that you get your invitation to the network before Sunday. Because if you haven't signed up here in the next few days, you're not going to see it. But we're going to go through my go bag. We're going to show you why. And we're going to, a lot of the people that are online who claim that they're survivalists and ex-military and so on and so forth, we're going to show you why what they say is wrong. In fact, some of the things that they're telling you to do, if you're in a tactical situation, will get you killed. I saw a guy on the other day going, you should wear a red light for tactical operations at night. Well, Tracy, you can actually buy what's in my go bag because Lee Wilbarger has a store on Amazon. And all of the items that, well, or most of the items that are going to be in my class are available on my store. So let me go see. Lee's store. So you can go right here. This is my store right here. So you can go right there, and all of the stuff, it's not on here yet, but all of my lights are going to be put onto, or as many of my lights are going to be put onto this store as possible. So we're going to be working on that on Saturday to try to make sure all of them are there. Make sure that they're all there. Actually, infrared lights are not where it's at, Jay. You should watch my show on Saturday, and you'll find out why there is a light that is much better than an infrared light, and we're going to be showing that on Sunday. So you should be there on Sunday, Joe or Jay. I'm going to blow your mind with the light that I'm going to show you on Sunday. You will go, oh my God, I got to have one of those. And when you find out how cheap they are, you'll be like me and you'll probably buy 2 or 3. I bought 2. I actually have 2 of those lights. And it is the cat's meow. So yeah, go get signed up. Go to klwworldnews.com and get signed up as a VIP Platinum or Gold. This one class is worth more than the membership. This one class is going to be 30 years of my experience with tactical lighting, night vision, thermal imagers, heads-up displays, tactical lighting. I'm going to teach you some of the tricks I designed. Now, I'm not going to show you. I designed a flashlight for special forces 20 years ago. Actually, oh shit, 28 years ago. I designed a flashlight for U.S. Special Forces. and I'm gonna show you. I can't show you the light I made for them, but I can show you how you can purchase some lights that'll do the same thing as the one that I made for them, minus a couple of features that you don't need. For example, you don't need a digital ID on your light, but Special Forces does. So I won't show you how to do a digital ID on your light, but theirs has a digital ID, which means when you turn the light on, you can identify every single soldier down there by their light. That's fucking cool. At least they thought so. So thank you, Tracy. Greatly appreciate it. So yeah, we're going to get you hooked up on Sunday. So make sure you go to klwworldnews.com and get signed up now, so as that you can watch the class. I'll put that up there for you. So go there and get signed up. Oh, you guys haven't seen Modern Marvels? Boy, you're missing out if you haven't seen Modern Marvels. Let me see if I can go find it for you. I need to cut this music off. I don't want that. Okay, so this was back when I was young and dumb and I had hair and all that other stuff. And
We now return to security systems on Modern Marvels.
who's that SOB?
Inventor Lee Wheelbarger is a private citizen who believes that the best defense is an aggressive offense. Security is always dependent on closely observing the bad guy, and Wheelbarger's electronic creations have extended the eyes and ears of America's intelligence network.
What we have here is a pair of gyroscopically stabilized binoculars.
Periodically, select reconnaissance teams trek to Wheelbarger's rural Virginia retreat for an update on the latest in surveillance tools.
In addition, that activates the binoculars. Anytime you depress on the top, you'll hear a click sound. As long as that's depressed, the image that you're seeing is stabilized. You just bring them up, and that gives you a stabilized image of the battlefield, so that you can easily acquire targets and identify them, even from a moving vehicle. Go ahead and try it.
Wheelbarger began his career by aiding local law enforcement. Policemen overcome by assailants are often held by their own handcuffs. Wheelbarger devised a universal handcuff key, able to open any set of cuffs. High-profile kidnap targets, from the late Princess Diana and her family to President Clinton, have since worn the key hidden on their clothes or bodies. Wheelbarger specializes in deciphering the pictures created by thermal imaging cameras. When heat passes through the lens of such a camera, it strikes a detector array capable of registering minute temperature differences. The thermal pulse is then converted into a standard video image.
You'll notice that we're observing an individual in this parking lot, but a small mouse is going to run across the lower part of the screen, and the thermal imager is going to pick it up. Here's our mouse. As he comes up, runs across. That's how accurate a thermal imager is.
Thermal imagers look through surfaces that would block even the most sensitive night vision equipment. Here is the heat from a boiler deep within a ship. These pictures also reveal how recently cars or any machinery have been operated.
Now, the things that we can tell in this photograph is, number one, it was a cooler time of the year, because you see a lot of hot right here, right against the window. That's because the defroster was on. It heated the glass from the inside. We can also see that the rearview mirror has a heater inside of it. There's massive amounts of heat being radiated from underneath the vehicle. This is the muffler on the rear. This is the heat generated from underneath the engine compartment. And we can tell that the front brakes get hotter than the rear brakes. So obviously we probably have disc brakes on the front.
In some surveillance situations, miniaturization is the key to penetrating an enemy's defense.
The camera is a high-resolution camera that can use a standard lens like we have on it here, or it can be fitted with a pinhole lens, which will allow us to look through a hole in the wall approximately the same size as a thumbtack makes, and gives us about a 120-degree field of view inside the room, even though it's only looking through the hole the size of a thumbtack.
Audio surveillance casts an even wider net. This handheld spectrum analyzer can listen in on any cell phone or wireless microphone transmission anywhere in the world. It tracks down signals in the RF spectrum and can detect up to 1,000 frequencies at a time. During the Gulf War, this device was used to monitor conversations between Saddam Hussein and his Iraqi ambassadors, providing information critical to planning the ground invasion. American forces in the Gulf also benefited from rifle-mounted infrared lasers. These beams tracked Iraqi troops at night without giving away Allied positions. In this demonstration, a container of warm water doubles as an enemy soldier. Laser beams are now so sensitive that they can hear distant conversations held behind closed doors, converting tiny vibrations into audio recordings.
What we have here is an infrared laser that will fire a beam up to 3 miles away. We shine this against the glass on the outside of a building, and we can measure the vibration of that glass with this. As the glass vibrates from sounds inside the building, we can detect the movement of the glass, and that allows us to hear what's taking place inside the building.
Wheelbarger's innovations are highly sophisticated tools that can be used for good or ill. When we return, the technology that keeps powerful tools in the proper hands. Until recent modifications by the Secret Service, even the Oval Office was susceptible to having conversations monitored by distant lasers measuring window vibration. Modern marvels will return.
Now, somehow or another, I have managed to convince that guy to give you guys a class on Sunday. God only knows how I was able to convince him of that. But anyway, he's agreed to do it. So this coming Sunday, if you are a KLW World News member, you will see that dude give it a class on night vision, thermal imagers, and a variety of other stuff. Like I said, why the world may never know, but the guys agreed to do it. So yes, Patrick, I have been inventing stuff for the U.S. government and the U.S. military for 40 years. I'm giving away what an old son of a bitch I really am. I invented the PVS 14 night vision. I put the first heads-up display on an American soldier, the first color heads-up display on an American soldier, the first see-through heads-up display on an American soldier. was the first person to do a thermal weapon sight to a heads-up display to allow a soldier to shoot around the corner. I was the first person to transmit live video from a weapon to a command post. You have to go to klwworldnews.com and sign up there as a VIP, Platinum, or Gold. You need to do it right now. So thank you, David. Let me check the app to see what you sent me. And we're going to be talking about night vision. We're going to be talking about thermal imagers. We're going to be talking about tactical lighting. We okay, all right. I appreciate that. I'm not going to reveal that, David. Not at this particular point in time. This, yeah, yeah. I'm not going to tell that to the public yet. I will just say to everybody that's on the stream, there are indicators that the fecal matter is airborne at this time and is about to impact the air handling device. Uh, just be advised, fecal matter is airborne. So it definitely looks like game one for tonight. So no, not all the jets are down. What are you talking about? Are you smoking something, Bobby? Where do you see all the jets are down? Look right on the map on the upper left hand corner. You can see they're not all down. There's still one off the west coast. There's still one going north, and there's still one going to the east. I can't tell you. Yes, I can't tell you uh, what information that I just got. What I can tell you is that things are in the move as we speak. Things are moving, and they are things that wouldn't be moving unless something significant was about to transpire. So we've got it's significant. Yeah, we're not worried about the full moon. Yeah, Roger that. There's most likely a lot more with their transponders off right now. So share this out, folks. Share this out. And right, OPSEC is number one. I will never endanger U.S. military forces. Um, what by me putting out something. If I think in any way, shape, or form that it's going to endanger U.S. forces, it's not going out over our broadcast. So did everybody get the link to my store? Because that's where all of the toys are going to be on sale. Trump was supposed to speak. I haven't found where he is speaking. If I can find where he is speaking, uh, I will bring it to you, the audio. Even though I am a registered, this is the screwed up part about YouTube. Even though I am a registered news outlet that is an official part of the White House camera pool, if I show anything from the White House on YouTube, they'll give me a copyright strike, even though I'm legally able to have it. So what time is he speaking? Oh, we got more EAMs coming out. They're coming from airborne aircraft. I can hear it over the radio here at the KLW World News Studio. I'm going to give you guys the link to my store again, and all the stuff from the class, or a lot of the stuff from the class. Yeah, Jay, it has a lot of stuff from. Yeah, Roger that. Appreciate that, David. Appreciate that. So the hunt is on, folks. The hunt is on. So there is the link to the Amazon. I don't know if it has everything, Jay, but it has a lot of stuff, and I'm going to be adding to it. Here, let me show you. That's just the best way to do it. Why talk about it when I can show it to you, right? I can show you better than I can tell you. So let me just show you one time right here. So here we go. So if you need SDRs, software defined radios, this is the SDR. These are the cables that I recommend. Here's an HF antenna. There's a cigarette lighter adapter. These are your cables that you need to plug into your digital radio. Here's a fan for your radio if you want to talk on it a lot. Here is one of the radios that we recommend. If you need camping equipment, here are all of the different tents that we recommend for whatever your application is. Heaters, filters for your heaters, handheld heaters, all the lines that you need. If you want to go to bigger propane tanks, the whole kit is right there. Solar, if you need solar lights for outside, solar LEDs, solar lamps for inside of your tent, water filters. Here's the tactical backpacks, outdoor stoves. I mean, this is all of the gear that I use right here. Here's a lantern. I got another one I'm going to show you on the show that I like even better than this one. I do have this one, but I've got another one that I'm going to show you on the show. Here's another one. Stuff for your dog so you can tie your dog out. Coleman heaters, the scissors, the cots, the whole 9 yards. If you want to go with hybrid solar, here's charge inverters, midnight solar, the solar panels that we use on Electric Blue Solar Yacht. Different batteries that you can get, breakers, thermal bus bars, controllers, all the equipment from Outback, bus bars, everything there. If you want to go into tactical flashlights, we've got a bunch of them in here. I've got a bunch more that I'm going to be showing you on the class on Sunday that are not listed on here yet. These are the new ones that I've been testing. But these are the different flashlights and lights that, like I have on my 45. All that is right here. So let's see, what else have we got? Books for learning about herbals, foraging, what you can eat in the forest, what's the edible trees, all kinds of stuff. These are all books that either my wife has or my wife recommends. She's an expert on this. She can walk you out through the woods and show you anything and everything that you can eat. So this is her section here. If you need boots, here are the different footwear that we recommend, the different oils, the strings, all of it right here. This is all the gear that I recommend. There's the mucks for men. You got to have those if you're in snow right there. And that's a steel core, steel toe boot right there. So you can use that in construction as well. Then we come here. These are survival books, tactical books, bushcraft, going off grid, everything you ever need in a book to read. And I would recommend getting a bunch of these. Here, even got an emergency radio, hand crank right here, survival skills, you name it, we've got it there. Thermal imagers. These are the thermal imagers that I recommend. They're all here with the exception of one. These are phones that have thermal imagers in them. These are thermal imagers you can add to your phone, handheld thermal imagers for the top of your boat, car, or your command center, or on the top of your bunker. If you've got a bunker underground, put this outside. And this will operate off of 12 volts. It spins 360 degrees. It's only $2,100, and it'll keep an eye on your property 360 degrees. Anything that's alive and moves on your property, you'll see with that right there. That'll be covered in the class on Saturday as well. Night vision, PVS 7s, my invention right here, PVS 14s. These are different versions of those that I recommend. Now look, there are people that make PVS 14s and PVS 7s that cost less than this, and they may cost $500 less, I wouldn't buy them. And the reason I wouldn't buy them is they're not mil spec. Everything that I have listed right here is a mil spec device. Okay? These are all mil spec. And some of them are second gen plus, and some of them are third gen. And so the pricing difference is there in that's why there's several different models. There, see, this is a third gen right here. So this one's $2,500 for second gen. This one's third gen, and this one being third gen is more expensive. Okay, so that's why you see multiple units here on this page. Let's see what else we got on here. Water filters. These are all the different water filters that we recommend. They will take out. They don't take out radiation. Okay, just that doesn't work. If you want to get radiation out of water, then you need to boil it and take the steam off. But this is all of the different water filters, and all of these we recommend. Then we have different radios, and this is not all of our radios, but we've got different scanners that we recommend depending upon who you want to listen to. External speakers if you're hard of hearing, cheap walkie-talkies that you can give to your neighbors, 40-watt GMRS radio. This is a complete kit for a Jeep Wrangler. It goes under the dash, got all your switches and everything, Midland antennas. This is a duplexer if you need a 50-watt duplexer for a repeater, Midland radios, antennas, headsets, more expensive scanners, portable scanners, the best scanner you can buy, ICOM radios, different flip antennas, earplugs, adapters, holsters, base antennas, all kinds of stuff here. And we're going to be adding a lot more to this before the class on Sunday. All kinds of different radios and equipment. And then down here are the different knives. And I'm a Gerber tool guy. A lot of people say, why do you like a Gerber tool over a Leatherman? That's because I have tested both for the U.S. military, and the Gerber tool won hands down. This particular knife right here, where is it? Super Tinker? Where is it? Right here. Nope. Here it is, right here. This is the knife. No, wait a minute. Where's the Super Tinker? Right here. That's the knife I carry in my pocket right there. That knife right there. Of all of the knives up here, this is the knife I carry. I recommend all of these, but that's the one I carry right there. Victorinox Super Tinker. Because you can do all kinds of stuff with this knife that you wouldn't believe. In fact, I'm going to teach you some things about this knife on, well, it'll be a different class. I can do a whole class on that knife right there. Anyway, so it's all here, folks. All here. Whatever you need, want, desire, and like I said, there's going to be a whole lot of stuff added to this on Saturday for Sunday's class. Any questions? I haven't done that yet. We're selling coffee cups um, as a fundraiser, and I'm thinking about signing those. Well, you can use all of that for hunting gear. Yes, we're seeing the same things, David. We're seeing the exact same things. So lower right on flight radar is everything. Lower left is military, and upper left is military flights over the U.S. only. Yeah, there's normally traffic over right down here in the lower right hand corner. Yeah, so go to klwworldnews.com and get signed up. That way you get the class this weekend. Sunday afternoon at 3 Central. Be there. It'll be the most educational class you ever get on tactical lighting in your life. Because I'm giving you the class I give for search and rescue people, the class I give for law enforcement, the class I give for federal agents, the class I give for U.S. military, and the class I give for special forces. I'm combining all 5 of those classes into one class for my members coming up on Sunday. And Dave, I'm going to send you a link and you can share that with the military down there. You can't hold ground without boots on the ground, Jay. You cannot hold ground without boots on the ground. So, Merry Christmas, Dave. You can tell the president I said that. China or Russia doesn't want to get involved. They may do something stupid to start with, but they're going to find out really quick that that was a bad thing to do. So share this out everywhere, folks. All right, Dave. I understand OPSEC, buddy, but I will send you a link to Sunday's show, and I want you to share that through your command. I guarantee all of you guys are going to learn something. Yeah, so you guys are going to love the class on Sunday. Again, get signed up now so you can be there. Because if if you're not signed up and you don't have the app already loaded onto your tablet or onto your smartphone, you won't get the link to the private class. And we're going to do a private class on Sunday. Oh yeah, awesome stocking stuffers. Well, thank you for joining us, Prepper. No, the Egyptians are not involved. We're tracking everything that's involved that's showing up on the map. And for the person that said that the E6B off of the East Coast landed, no, it didn't. There it is. Sorry, it's no longer available. Then get something close to the super tinker. Look, you want a Phillips head screwdriver, a flathead screwdriver, and a pair of scissors at a minimum. So whatever knife that you choose, make sure it has a pair of scissors, has a flathead screwdriver, a can opener, and a Phillips head screwdriver, a pair of scissors, and a can opener. Yes, Johnny has an X page, but I don't know what it is. Correct, they are dialed down. So if you like the content, folks, please consider giving us a super chat. I've almost got enough to pay my electric bill. My electric bill is $400 a month. And the reason our electric bill is $400 a month is because we have servers online here and the studio is online 24 hours a day and they generate so much heat. It's an auxiliary air conditioner built into the studio. So we have a standard air conditioning and then an additional air conditioning just in the studio to keep it cool in here. No, yes, Jeff is giving his presentation to NATO. Yeah, we've already done our briefing to NATO, and we're going to show that to our members, KLW World News members, also. Our complete NATO brief. Well, the video section of it. It's 53 minutes long. And it's in 4K, by the way. Hell of a briefing. Also, we got a new head tracker for the flight sim and got new maps in, so we're going to be fine the flight sim, especially over Venezuela. I also have the target list in Venezuela, but I don't want to put that up because that'll tell the Venezuelans where to put up more anti-aircraft. Eventually, Tracy, but we're talking about Venezuelan F-16s, not U.S. No, the preview is not uploaded on the network yet. We're going to show it in its entirety. And also, any information that's uploaded on the KLW World News Network is gone as soon as it's sent out. If you don't get it when it's sent, you don't get it. We don't save anything. Everything is in real time now. And it will only stay on your phone for 24 hours. Thank you, MSB. Greatly appreciate it. Gotta love it. Yes, they still have Tomcats in Iran. Correct. All Venezuelans in the United States are glad they're here rather than in Venezuela. No, I'm not. I'm not sharing who the official was. All right, thank you, Patel. Just so you guys know, here you got questions for me. Ask them now, because in 23 minutes, uh, I'm going to be going over to get ready for tonight's news broadcast on Rumble. Yes, Doomsday is up. Yeah, we flew the waterfall in Venezuela. We flew that in the helicopter. In fact, I downloaded that map specifically. Angel Falls. We took a helicopter trip there. Oop. What about him? No, Trump is not on the Doomsday plane. Yeah, he's majorly influenced by the Russian government. I don't think he's an influence on the government. I think the government is an influence on him. Yeah, go ahead. Okay, folks. Yeah, make sure you put the coffee on. Make sure you put the coffee on. And we're not doing a news broadcast tonight. This is going to be it right here. In fact, I'm going to be sending that out as we speak. Be advised, there will be no news broadcast tonight. We are covering the events around Venezuela. Again, there will be no news broadcast tonight. We are covering the events around Venezuela. Pepper Girl, there is a chance of that. Most likely the U.S. would shoot it down, but yes, there is a chance of retaliation. So yeah, share this out everywhere, folks. Share this out everywhere. Yes, Bobby, I have a lot of news I'm holding back. A whole lot of news I'm holding back. You wouldn't believe the amount of news I'm holding back. Yeah, you would not believe the amount of news I'm holding back. Yeah, I don't think they'll get anything to. We're going to stay here because this is in 4K and the streaming Rumble is not. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pipe the. So I'm going to bring the audio. You damn right I'm holding out, Bobby. I am not going to jeopardize U.S. safety OPSEC so as that I can break a story. Me breaking a story is not nearly as important as the lives of U.S. troops. Yeah, the orders have already went out, child. The orders have already went out. Hey, cuz. Yeah, we're not gonna do anything that is going to jeopardize U.S. armed forces or our allies because it's the U.S. is not the only one involved in this, and I'm going to leave it at that. So what I'm going to do is we're monitoring the aircraft on. I guess you guys can hear me here. I didn't even realize you guys. I still had the mic on. Uh, so yeah, we're going to be a go. Yeah, it's going to be a go. But I'm going to run the audio from. Let me turn this off. Turn that down. I'm going to run the audio from because I want the big one in the stream. So we're going to have the big one on here. Um, we're going to have the big one on, and the big one is going to put audio into the Rumble stream, and then I'm going to monitor the audio from the Rumble stream on the YouTube stream. That way, people on YouTube can hear the big one from the KLW World News Studio because I'm using two separate servers for this broadcast. Is the way this is going right now. So pizza sales at Domino's are off the charts at 6 o'clock around the Pentagon. Wonder why that is. All right, let me. All right, so probably what I'll do is I will probably do, yeah, anything that's going to look like news is going to be on YouTube because that's where I'm going to be. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share this out over the network, and I'm going to share this out to our membership. So let me do this. Far enough in advance, everybody will get that. And then we will go here. See, I just got it, so I know it's going out. Then we will go here. We'll send it out over the KLW World News Network. Send. Link to the live show is in the all call. There it went. Welcome, new members. Wow, 39 degrees outside. That's enough to freeze your. Oh, wow, it's going to be freezing before morning. It's going to be a cold one tonight. Wee bit nipply. All right. So, yeah, YouTube. For those of you on Rumble, I'm going to be interacting with the folks on YouTube. So if you've got questions tonight, we're going to be covering what's going on in Venezuela. I have multiple reports from multiple sources that things are spooling up for tonight. I'm not going to say who those sources are, and I'm not going to say what that information is. All I can tell you is I have information from more than 3 separate sources, and the information from those 3 separate sources are all saying the same thing, that things are happening right now. So that's all I can say. Interesting. We have an E3B airborne headed towards the center of the country right now. Or excuse me, E3C, not an E3B. That's airborne right there. Oh, that's right. I'm supposed to be putting. See, that's an airborne. Let me get that audio. That's the airborne unit right there. Picking him up straight out of the studio. Uh All right, so that was on the big one. That was on. Yeah, I can hear that EAM. Put some headphones on, you can hear it. Yeah, I can hear that EAM. Put some headphones on, you can hear it. Yeah, I can hear the voice in that EAM. I can hear the call letters. You might not be able to hear it through the speaker on a cell phone, but I can surely hear it with headphones on. Yeah, I can hear the voice in that EAM. I can hear the call letters. You might not be able to hear it through the speaker on a cell phone, but I can surely hear it with headphones on. All right, well, I don't know why you can't hear it with headphones on, but I can hear the letters clearly. Yeah, I guess maybe it takes practice. All right, well, I don't know why you can't hear it with headphones on, but I can hear the letters clearly. Yeah, I guess maybe it takes practice. Yeah, roger that, Panda. Okay. Yeah, roger that, Panda. So I think I need to turn up. Everybody keeps telling me my audio is a little low, but that I'm peaking it there when I talk like that. So now, you can hear, yeah, of course, because you're hearing both streams. You're hearing when I was talking on Rumble, and you're hearing it here. Elaborate on what, Burn Notice? What should I elaborate on? What am I elaborating on, Burn? Hey, Big Bad John, good to see you, buddy. Big Bad John. There are a lot of targets, biological. It's very difficult to get a submarine up a river in the United States. And the problem is that there's two problems. First off, the United States is not a flat country. Okay, we've got mountains and um, decent amount of land, so you can get into a bay, but that's not going to do you any good. You know, you might as well stay out off the continental shelf. Anytime a submarine comes in off of the continental shelf, it's exposing itself. Not to mention, a submarine can't get anywhere near the United States without the U.S. Navy knowing it. I mean, the U.S. Navy tracks everything that moves on the surface and under the surface within more than 1,000 miles of the United States. And the rivers are too shallow. The best they would be able to do would be able to like get into the Chesapeake Bay or to get into the Gulf of America, but they're like a fish in or they're like a goldfish in a glass or a quart jar when they move into a bay or the Gulf of America because it's so shallow they can't hide. The Gulf of America and places are so shallow that the top of the submarine would be out of the water for them to move through. There's areas in the Gulf of Mexico that are, or excuse me, the Gulf of America that are that shallow. Yeah, Roger that. The Caribbean's deep. Let's see. I'm looking for you here, Ontario. Wow. We're making money on YouTube. We've made a whole 15 cents. We made 7 cents off of our show with General Ben Hodges, 4 cents out of How to Get Rumble Premium for free, and 2 cents off of my Firewise class, and a penny off of Lee Live with Jeff and Johnny on Russia, China. I'm telling you, we're making money hand over fist. In the month of November, we made a total of $16.75, boys and girls. This is killer. So for those of you who yeah, I'm going to be rich, rich in humor. That's all I'm getting out of this. So appreciate all of the super chats, folks. All right, now this is going to be the interesting part. Thank you, Kelly. You every time you come in here, you remind me of one of my best friend's wives. A buddy of mine, Coke Smith. His wife's name was Kelly Smith. But you've already answered the questions. You're not. Well, I've already got a loan, and I'm $60,000 in debt on credit card. So, yeah. All right, I'm looking Ontario. I'm looking through 400 names for you, Ontario. So, thank you, Triggered. Thank you, Kelly. You're banned by YouTube, not by us, Ontario. I have authorized you as an authorized user, and it says that you don't exist. So, thank you much, Triggered. Thank you, Kelly. Well, that's good, Renee. My song is I owe to the bank, all my checks go. We don't have any trolls in here. Thank you, Vicky. Thank you, Notch. Greatly appreciate it. We're hearing stuff now, Bobby. Well, that's all right. We're going to be covering it all night here, Tina. So you go right ahead. We've got EAM coming out now from an aircraft. You got a wide screen refresh. No, the story of CIA agents on the ground in Venezuela's bogus. That's not a true story. Yeah, it was scratchy coming in on a big one. But we've got multiple receivers up. So we're trying to get it from anywhere and everywhere. Earlier, the big one was picking up EAMs that the SDRs were not. So that's why we have both of them going right now. Yeah, preparing. I don't know what the deal is there, buddy. I tried to do that. Oh my God, $100! I can surely pay the electric bill now. Thank you, Grok. Greatly appreciate it there, buddy. Especially this month. It's been hell. It really has. It has been hell. We have continued to increase our viewership on Rumble. We've continued to increase our membership on Rumble. We've continued to increase the watch hours on Rumble, but every single month, the paycheck from Rumble goes down. So greatly appreciate that, buddy. Greatly appreciate that. Yep. Thank you to all of you. 7 years without making a dime on YouTube. And in 1 month, that they have agreed to monetize both of our channels after 7 years of being demonetized. So trying to make up for that 7 years right now. Yep. Can't believe it. They took down my channel after 14 years I was on. I had over 1,500 videos on my channel and had been on YouTube for over 15 years. And YouTube took it all in one day. Howdy, Nurse Farmer. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, thank you to everybody for your support. I greatly appreciate it. Yeah, thank you, Renee. Or Ren, I'm sorry. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, they can't handle the truth. So I got to be careful what I say here. But we're here. That's all right, Pork Chop. We understand, buddy. You're a member. That's all that matters. Yep. So if you like the content or you've watched us over the years, you can afford to donate something. We would greatly appreciate it. Also, if you have not signed up for the KLW World News Network, go there and sign up now. KLWWorldNews.com. Get signed up as a VIP, platinum, or gold. We are doing a class on Saturday that you do not want to miss. I am teaching tactical lighting, infrared light, blue lights, yellow lights, red lights, green lights, smart lights, ultraviolet lights. We're talking about infrared. We're talking about thermal imager. We're talking about how to charge in a tactical operation, what to wear and how to wear it. Thank you, Grok. You are the man. Yeah, I'm going to need coffee tonight. That's for damn sure, buddy. That's for damn sure. You should join the network. Go over to KLWWorldNews.com and get signed up over there, buddy. You should go over there and get signed up. That's what you should do. You need to become a member. We'll get you an education. The class I'm giving on Sunday, everybody needs to see. If you want to know when it hits the fan, the everything you need to know will be there. Where is Ron? I don't see Ron. There's Ron. Let me fix Ron here. There you go, Ron. That ought to fix you. All right, hold on. I'll be right back. I got to get a drink. Thank you, Mother. Greatly appreciate it. And you guys, again, all you guys need to go to KLWWorldNews.com. The link is at the top of the chat. Y'all all need to sign up for the class. You need to sign up for the class to make sure that you are signed up. Go do it now so you make sure you are there on Sunday. I am combining 5 classes: the class I give to law enforcement, the class I give to search and rescue, the class I give to the feds, the class I give to the military, and the class I give to special forces. I'm combining all 5 of those classes into one class, and I'm giving that class on Sunday afternoon at 3 Central. So get signed up now so you can make sure you get onto the network in time to be there for that class. Because the only way that you're going to get a link to that class is going to be through the KLW World News Network. So let me get a drink. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Thank you, Marcus. Appreciate it. Appreciate all you guys. After 7 years of not being paid, this is nice. Yeah, I'm going to change that, guys, so you don't have to wait an hour. I'll change that now. Hold on. Yeah, let me fix that. Do this. It's been so long since I've been on here. I done forgot how to do half this shit. Let me do this. Let's do 10 minutes. How about that? Because I'm in here, mods are in here. So if anybody says anything stupid, we'll just ban them immediately. So no big deal. We got it. There you go. That should fix that for you. I don't know how many we got on Rumble Bumble. We got 585 in here now. 587. So yeah, we're waiting on it. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there, Ontario. It says that you don't exist. I tried to make you an authorized. Oh my God, Grok, thank you much. You are the man. You are the man. That'll pay the electric bill. Well, that'll pay half of it anyway. Thank you, sir. You paid it. So thank you very much. Yep. Thank you, G Rock. Much appreciated. Come join the network, Rock. Go over to KLW World News. Get signed up. We're ready now. These. We're ready right now. A, a, a high-ranking official is in the E6Bs. They are available. They are able. See, there's Ontario. There's a high-ranking official on an E6B that is capable of carrying out war. That's what E6Bs do. E6Bs command the war from the skies. Well, thank you, Sophia. Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'm glad to hear you're on the network, Rock. Well, we're glad to be here. Ontario's here too for some reason. They let him in. They thought he was a redheaded stepchild a little while ago, but now he's here. Somehow or another, they let him in. Evidently, they left the door open or something. That's how Ontario got it. There's Cat. Look at that. Cat's here. Look out. Good morning, Cat. Uh-oh, the donkey is here. Oh, I'll tell you, we got the whole damn herd in here now. The whole fam damnly. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. All right, so we're 33 minutes from the news broadcast. And so we're going to give you a little bit of the news here. I'm going to go through my Twitter feed with you guys, and we're going to show you what's going on here. And I'm going to do the news over here on YouTube as opposed to over there. I'm going to leave it up. I said earlier I was going to do it over there on Rumble, but more people are here on YouTube. So we're going to do it over here because we got over 600. There's Derriere. Yeah, hit that thumbs up, folks. Hit that thumbs up if you haven't already. Share this out. We are the only news outlet that is providing everything in real time and in 4K. Plus, we have the big one online. Everybody likes our big one. Well, yeah, go through your couch. We'll take whatever you got. All donations are welcome, big or small. They all go towards the same thing, and that's paying the bills. Yeah, lots of people are watching. Well, people know that I tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Is why they're here. And I like talking to my people. I miss doing this. I lost so many people when I left YouTube. Yeah, I had 73,000 people, had 73,000 subscribers. Well, almost 74,000. It's like 73,875. And YouTube yanked down my channel. Took everything at once. Sickening. 15 years of videos, 73,000 subscribers were gone. Yeah, took everything. Took $7,500. And the bad part about taking the $7,500 was they didn't give it to me. Thank you, Ron. They didn't give it to me, and they didn't give it back to the people who donated it either. I was pissed. I was more pissed that they didn't give it back to the people who donated than it was that they took it from me. Yeah, we're hoping they come back, Ontario. We're hoping they do. No, I did not see it there, Steve. I will go look. And by the way, David, there's other. I have other sources that are verifying the same thing you're saying. Just so you know. Oh, that's nice. All right, let me see on the network. Again, folks, you guys need to get on the network. Oh shit, Dave. Wow. Thank you, G Rock. Yeah, we're going to be here now that we're funded. The problem was we weren't funded. They wouldn't give us they, they wouldn't uh they wouldn't give us monetization for 7 years. They wouldn't give us monetization. So all right, G Rock. Well, I can send you a link that you can send through PayPal if you want that. You can send it to Running Horse. Hold on. Let me get it right here. Yeah, if you want to send stuff through PayPal, you want to make donations, friends and family through PayPal, you can do it right there. So if you want to send stuff through PayPal, through friends and family, that way they don't take any of it, you can send it to that link I just put in the chat right there. Thank you, Ontario. Appreciate it. So yeah, you guys can send right there. So this is so good. I mean, I'm $60,000. Well, $60,000 in credit card debt. I'm almost $400,000 in debt. You would think that people would want to hear the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, but YouTube tries to shut us down every opportunity they get. So thank you, Rock. I appreciate it, buddy. Yeah, I will do that. Let me see if I can get that. I need to take that. I love the photo, David. I'm trying to send it to me. Send me more information on it. Let me know where you got that, if you would. And we'll do this. And who's watching this in 4K? And by the way, we are the only ones covering the war in 4K as far as I know. I don't know anybody else that covers the war in 4K. And we're going to get into the news here. I'm going to bring up my personal we're going to bring up the page here in a little bit. All right, so that should. I've been looking for Trump's speech and I haven't seen it. Has anybody seen Trump's speech? He spoke earlier today. All right, thank you, Grok. Appreciate it, G Rock. Thank you, sir. Thank you much. It got here. All right, so thank you very much, sir. Greatly appreciate it. So that pays the water bill, the light bill, and some money towards the transmission payment on the van. People don't realize how many payments I've got. I get bills in the mail like Elvis got love letters. Thank you, Hugo. Thank you kindly. Greatly appreciate it, Deborah. Yep, definitely appreciate it. Yeah, I can't find the speech. I looked and looked and looked, and I couldn't find the speech anywhere. I don't know what the hell they done with it. I ain't got a clue. Not a clue where it went. I could have swore. Yep. No, you're not the only one that gets bills like that. I get them too. Yeah, Ren, I know all about it. I know all about it. I'm poorer than I've ever been in my life. Yeah, Shane, people love me. I've been doing this for 15 years. Been doing the news for 10 years. In 7 years, I've been demonetized on this platform. Thank you, Gio. Much appreciated. Yeah, I heard about the taxi. I heard about the one that was supposed to be in the Oval Office at 5 o'clock, and uh, um, Arkansas, Rob. Why are they crazy for sending me money? Why are they crazy? What you don't know me, Arkansas. You don't know what I've done. You don't know anything about me. Why are they crazy for sending me money? These people have been watching me for a decade, and I have dedicated my life to providing them with the truth, the honest truth, and nothing but the truth. And you're not blocked, Arkansas. You're not blocked at all. So tell us, Arkansas, why are they crazy for sending me money? You've got 60 subscribers. I had 73,000 subscribers. So tell us, Arkansas, nobody's going to delete what you got to say. I'm on the air 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I have 7 channels on the air. And I've delivered the news on this network for 7 years without making a dime. So you think I should just continue to provide the news to the world for free and not get paid for it? Not to have the people that appreciate me and all of the work that I have done to bring this news to them for over a decade. I've been providing the news and the truth for a decade. And you think I shouldn't make anything for it? So please tell us, Rob, why are they crazy? Why are they crazy for giving me money? I got to pay my bills just like you do. I got more bills than you do. Yeah, you can email them to me there, Dave. I appreciate that. I got people around the world providing news here this evening. Yeah, there's something going on, Bobby. So tell us, Rob, why are they crazy? I should work and do this for free. I should pay almost $1,000 a month in internet so I can stream to you in 4K for free. I should pay $500 a month in an electric bill so I can stream for you for free. I should pay $1,200 a month in loan payments for a news van that's sitting outside my driveway that I got close to $100,000 wrapped up in so I can go provide the news for you for free. So please tell me, Rob, why should I do this for free? Why are these people crazy for giving me money when I've been doing this for this long? Tell me that, Rob. Tell me, buddy. You don't think people should have the right to appreciate? Right. I pay for Starlink. I pay for T-Mobile. I pay for multiple telephone lines. I pay for multiple T-Mobile routers. Hell, I've got 3 T-Mobile routers. I've got Starlink. I've got 3 telephones. I got 2 iPads. Or excuse me, 3 iPads, 3 tablets. I've got a $10,000 flight simulator. Think I should just pay for all this shit myself and nobody should give me any money, Rob? Tell me, Rob, why are they crazy? You ain't never been here, Rob, have you? With your 60 subscribers? Come on, Rob. You don't even have any content on your channel. You're just a redneck with a lounge chair. Thank you, Keith. We're crazy, but we still love you, buddy. And I may be crazy, Rob, but I tell the truth. Where else can you go get the truth, Rob? Tell us, Rob. We want to know. Why are these people crazy for what I've done all these years? And all of us are batshit crazy. That's why we're here. Come on, Rob. I've been looking for you to tell me, buddy. You can tell me, Rob. Come on. It's okay, Rob. Hey, Matt, you may have a lounge chair, but you don't wear a doofy hat. No, the E-6Bs are the command and control fighter jets protect them. Oh yeah, the Italian mafia. The Will Margarinis, man, we're in charge. It's the Will Margarinis. It's the Will Margar Mafia. That's what it is. Hey, Gun Raptor, glad to hear it, buddy. Glad to hear it. Yeah, thank you, Pork Chop. Well, we appreciate you too, Josh. We ain't seen Rob anymore. Where'd you go, Rob? Come on, buddy. You can tell us, Rob. But you just don't like the sound of my voice? Is that what it is, Rob? You don't love me, Rob? Is that what it is? Yeah, that's what it is. It's the Mothers and Fathers Italian Association is the mafia. That's what it is. The Will Margarinis. The best one I heard was I was responsible for the detonation. Rob's running for the hills. No, I'm not. I'm not letting them get to me, Dave. I just like smoking them. That's why I didn't smoke him as a troll. I used to do this all the time. I used to love eating them. Uh, Rock, it's going to kick off here sometime in the near future. I don't have a crystal ball. I did have one that slipped off a table and shattered on the floor, and I just ain't replaced it. Um, but that's Arkansas Rob. You've watched my channels for years, so why are they crazy for giving me money if you have watched my channel for years? And I'll bet you money in that period of time you ain't never sent me a dime, have you, Rob? You don't love me. If you don't love me, why are you telling people not to send me money? You want me to go bankrupt? You want me to move out into a tent behind your trailer? Come on, Rob. You can tell me. You gonna let me live in your doghouse after I declare bankruptcy? Is that what you're gonna do? Thank you, Renee. Oh, shut up, guitar. What? What? I think the century over the center part of the U.S. is just there. That's a normal flight. I don't think there's anything special to that. What do we got here? Thank you, Dave. I appreciate that. All right, Rob, how much are you donating? You've been watching me for years. How much are you donating, buddy? Give me $1. Give me $1. Give me $2, Rob. You can afford it. Come on, Rob. You can do it. Come on. Just go right over that dollar bill sign there and put something in there. We know you can do it. I mean, you're from Arkansas, but we think you can read and write. So come on, Rob. That's right. I run outside just wearing socks. I've proven that. That's on video. Neighbor women love me for some reason. They ain't figured that out yet. All right, I appreciate it, Dave. Come on, Rob. Hit refresh. That way you'll be part of the live action here. Ain't that much of a delay. There you go, Rob. They'll match anything you donate. Arkansas Rob says you can't donate right now. Trailer payment is due. I know how that goes. We'll wait for you, buddy. You let us know. You come back and tell us when you can donate there, buddy. You come back and tell us. If you put some content on your channel, people might donate to you too. Now, is that a pop-up trailer or is that a double wide? Well, put $1 in there, Rob. You can afford $1. That's half a beer, man. Come on, just $1. There's $2 for Rob. Thank you, taxi. Hey, Weed Hopper will give you a couple bucks. Well, you can go back and get them there. Fear lock. They're on there. I've got a. That's right. I might have made your trailer payments for you. Yeah, right. The viewers are going up here. We got more people coming in, Rob. Thank you for that. We appreciate it, Rob. We love you. We really do. You might not think so, but God love you, Rob. God help us. But we love you. Thanks for telling me you love me too, Rob. Just so you know, you can do it. Yeah, Jiggy lives in a van down by the river. Thank you, Deborah. You don't. Well, that's okay, Rob. You don't have a PayPal or anything like that. That's okay. Thank you, MSB. We appreciate that. Rob, look at all these people who are donating for you. Boy, we love you, buddy. We really do. The problem is I'm on the flight sim server. I'm not on the news server, so I don't have any sound effects over here than the ones I can make. And you don't want to hear the sound effects I can make. I mean, I got a hell of a impersonation of somebody that just ate at Taco Bell. I don't think y'all want to hear that though. And I can do a hell of a snore. Thank you, Ontario. Appreciate that, Rob. See, Ontario gave me $2 for you. Boy, Rob, I'm just making a fortune off of you tonight, buddy. I appreciate all the money you're giving me. These people for proving that they're insane. Well, we love you, Rob. We really do. You got to tell me you love me, Rob, before you leave. You know, not that kind of way, you know, but you know. Ah, thank you, guitar. You're the man. How much do I got to pay you now? Yeah, Roger that, smart. Don't worry, folks. Guitar will bill me for 40 for that. I'm just kidding. Yeah, did you give me a thumbs up, Rob? Those are free. You, you can do it. Yeah, thank you, David. We love you guys too. You're the ones out there on the front line. God bless you. Thank you, Ron. Anybody else want to donate for Rob? Oh, at 2WR 336, I'm back, Lee. Was playing radio with your brother. Hope you had fun there, buddy. Yeah, my blood pressure was high enough to inflate a tractor trailer tire. Come on, Rob. We're still waiting for you to tell me you love me. You've been watching me all these years. Hopefully, it wasn't like exhibitionist type of watching me, but you got to love me, Rob. Come on, you can do it. They're crazy for donating to me, but you still got to tell everybody you love me. You can do it. Come on, Rob. Not that kind of love, but you can tell me, Rob. Come on, Rob. You can do it. Yeah, Rob. Come on. Hey, reload. Don't put that stuff in here. You love all people. No, Rob. You got to just say you love KLW World News or me or something. Come on. You can do it, Rob. We know you can. You can do it. You can do it for me, Rob. We know he loves me. He just won't admit it. He's shy. You know how them Arkansas boys are. You can do it, Rob. Oh shit! It's 8 o'clock. I'm supposed to start the news. Yeah, but the antenna is 270 feet long. How am I supposed to put that on a T-shirt? Well, Ladybug, we're glad you got one. Thank you, Cat. See, Cat loves us. See there? I have 270 foot long. I have a 270 foot long 8-band Buckmaster. Is the antenna for the baby? Oh, there you see. He loves us. He loves us. We have to pin that to the top right there. Look at that. We got to pin that shit. Look at there. Look at that. Look at here. Rob told us he loves us. Oh my God, I'm gonna break down. It's terrible. Oh. Yeah, we got to pin that shit. How do you do that? There we go. Yes. Stand by, people. All right, folks, pay close attention. Pay close attention. I can't tell you what, but pay close attention. Pay close attention. And we're going to add some stuff here. In fact, I'm going to add a camera over on YouTube. Uh, Thank you, Bob. All right, Rob, you have a good night, buddy. We love you. So have a good night. Make sure you take care of Arkansas. You got to tell us where you got that go to hell hat, though. Um, so I am. I'm going to put up an additional camera on Rumble. That. Well, let me see if I can put it up here. Hold on. Where do I want to put it? All right, guys. I'm going to put it up here. So let me get this over here. I gotta get this. 18. No. No, it's saying 18:10 on the time. 18:10 on the time. So that's not live. We need to change that. Okay, roger that. Okay, so we are going to replace one of the cams on the stream here. Because you guys need to be paying attention. Everybody, tell everybody on Rumble they need to come over here. Tell everybody on Rumble they need to come over here. I can't tell you why. Just tell everybody on Rumble they need to come over here. Racer, are you in here? All right, folks. What we're going to do here is we're going to swap things around. We're going to and I can't how do I put this? All I can tell you is here's where you need to be watching, and you need to tell everybody this is where they need to be watching. Racer, are you still in here? Let me call Racer. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get Racer to pick up the stream I'm putting out on YouTube so as that he can broadcast that over Rumble and everybody can be here and then we won't lose it. Well, I guess we can, because I want this to be streamed over Rumble as well, what I'm putting up over here. But all I can tell you guys is all right. All right. So yeah, I'm going to get the audio over here uh, for the EAMs. And I'm going to have Racer pick up the stream I've got off of Rumble. I'm going to have him pull it up off the YouTube stream and stream it on Rumble over there. And I'm going to answer the questions from both chats here. But yeah, I got a lot of information that I can't share with you right now. But you will see. You're going to see it here first. How do I? You're going to see it here when it hits the fan. You're going to see it here first. Okay. Yes, there's news reporting going on here, Illinois. I'm in the process of bringing in real-time intelligence from this, and so I have to keep muting myself. I have not been able to get to the news broadcast yet because I keep getting intel from on the scene. So stand by, and we will get it all here for you. Just I've got a lot rolling in the background at this particular moment in time, so please bear with me while I try to get all of this sorted. There is a lot going on, but when this kicks off, you're going to see it here first. Okay, so you will see it here first. That's all I can tell you. I can hear the notifications. You can hear that in the background. That's notifications coming in over the network, is what that is. So let me get with Racer and get him to pull this stream up over there.
I swear to God, if this stuff doesn't fix your pipe problem.
Okay. So you guys just give me a minute here while I get Racer set up so he can stream this over there. we will get you taken care of. So just give me a minute. I'm working on getting it up here. Yeah. All right. So hold on. Let me call Racer. I'll be back. Give me a minute, guys. All right. So let me see how to do this. Hold on, guys. I've got to. All right. Stand by. All right, folks. The news broadcast will begin just as soon as we swap the 4K stream over on Rumble. So we're in the middle of doing that right now. So just bear with me a minute because we're going to do this on Rumble and YouTube, and I'm going to answer questions on both live. And keep your eye on the right-hand side of the screen. All right, it's 4K here. We're claiming it's 4K on Rumble, but Rumble's not giving it to me in 4K. All right, so yes, things are about to happen here. I'm going to take down the chat from Rumble. Everybody on Rumble should be coming over to YouTube. So get your derriere over here. We're going to be giving it to you live like nobody else. All right, it's 4K here. We're claiming it's 4K on Rumble, but Rumble's not giving it to me in 4K. I'm monitoring it.
That's
all right. So yes, things are about to happen here. I'm going to take down the chat from Rumble. Everybody on Rumble should be coming over to YouTube. Give me a minute. So get your derriere over here. We're going to be giving it to you live like nobody else. All right, it's 4K here. We're claiming it's 4K on Rumble, but Rumble's not giving it to me in 4K. I'm monitoring it. That's all right. So yes, things are about to happen here. I'm going to take down the chat from Rumble. Everybody on Rumble should be coming over to YouTube. Give me a minute. So get your derriere over here. We're going to be giving it to you live like nobody else. All right, there we go. All right. So get rid of that. That. Get rid of that. All right, here we go. Also get rid of that. Make this smaller. All right, I'm trying to get set up for the broadcast here, folks. So just bear with me a moment. Okay, so as you can see, we still have E6B over the Northwest. There's an E6B over the central part of the U.S., and there's an E6B out over the Atlantic. However, they have turned their transponders off. We have live video from Caracas, Trinidad, as well as Tobago, and well, I can't tell you everything, but anyway, when this kicks off, you are going to see it here live. Okay. See that aircraft right there in the lower right hand corner blinking in the sky? See that? So we told you that we were going to give you a live look at this. We also told you that we were going to show you everything that we could that did not give away anything that was going to possibly um, jeopardize any missions or jeopardize the operational security of U.S. or allied forces. I will tell you that more than the U.S. is involved in this. That's as far as I'm going to go. We will tell you that we have people who are on the ground there. We will tell you that we have been getting intelligence all afternoon. And we will tell you that we know more about this than just about anybody. And I'm sure we know more about this than any other news outlet that is covering this, because I don't know of any other news outlet that has people there on the ground that are providing them information from a variety of different sources. What we can tell you is that when it kicks off, you will see it here first. I will bet money on that. I can also tell you that you will know more about this than any other news source. There are people who read the news, and then there are people who watch it as it happens. And we are the people that know before it happens. And so we are always in the right place at the right time. If you have been watching us for any period of time, you should already know that. KLW World News has been providing real-time news to people for over a decade. And in doing so, we've been able to show you guys things that nobody else has been able to show you. We were the ones that had the KLW World News spooky cams when Russia went into Ukraine. We had those cams up for weeks before the invasion. And lots of people tried to say that we were crazy. We didn't know what we were talking about. They were saying that Russia wasn't going to invade. And we were saying, yes, they are. Excuse me. We know they're going to invade. We're watching their troops build up on the border. We've got people in Ukraine who are providing us with intel. And people still wanted to say that we didn't know what we were talking about. Come to find out, when Russia invaded, we broadcasted the invasion live. And YouTube said that what we were putting out was fake news. It wasn't until 3 days later that YouTube acknowledged that we were telling the truth, but they had already taken down our stream and given us copyright strikes. So we're here to tell you folks, we are providing to you live or like live. I have to say like live on this, even if it's a 6-second delay. I have to say it's like live news on the situation that's taking place here. What do we know? We've got ships in place. We've got aircraft in place. We've got commanders in place. We've got missile launchers in place. We've got military personnel in place, and there's a green light. That's what we know. So we're going to give it to you as we get it. We're going to show it to you here and show you a little bit of the stuff that we have. Again, I can't show you everything that I have because we're not going to jeopardize operational security, but we're going to show you everything that we can. So all I can say is keep your eye on the right-hand side of the screen here. So the first thing I want to do is go up here to pop out the chat so that I can see if any of you guys have any questions for me. Let me move this down here. Yeah, we break it first here. So the light on the bottom of the screen is at a harbor that I am not going to disclose. And I'm not telling where the other cameras are, but what I can say is I have it on good authority that when it hits the fan, we're going to see it here live. So many of you were here when Russia invaded Ukraine. I said long before that it was going to happen, and everybody said I was crazy. And I said, well, I may be crazy, but I'm right. And of course, I was proven right. So here we are again tonight, just like we were when they invaded Ukraine. And we have good intelligence that says that things are spinning up. So there are, in the upper right-hand quadrant, there are 7 live video feeds. And in the lower right-hand quadrant, there is 1 live video feed. There is an active map of all U.S. military or military aircraft over the U.S. in the upper left quadrant. And the lower left quadrant is the Caribbean, and it has no military aircraft showing on it. There's 817 of you in here currently. Welcome aboard. There are a few things that I want to show you guys that have been sent to me, and I'm going through those here right now. Let me see if I can open this. Here it is. There it is. All right, so let me go to this right here and show you this. I received this earlier. This is where air defense systems are located, the types of air defense systems that are located. These are the radars, the missile systems. So this is what the folks in Venezuela can protect here, hitting with their radar. This is their long-range radar, seeing out to over 500 kilometers from a radar from the top of this ridge line. Here is what they've got as far as the air defense systems from the S-200 systems that are back here. We've shown you this airbase. We've shown you this airbase a month ago, showing you where these missile launchers were located. There are also, this map does not show, there are S-125s along the border right here. We know that there are S-125s. We have imagery of those S-125s. If you've watched the live show with Jeff, Johnny, and Lee, you'll see those. We have those mapped out along the border here. There's also Russians out here on this island. They're not showing that. They're also not showing the Russians that are over here. So this is a nice map, but it is not complete. But this will give you an idea of some of the equipment. This is the S-300s, air defense systems that they've got down there. And that's a 300-kilometer range. They're also not showing the S-125s that are down there along the border right here in and around Caracas. Let me try to pull up my other map here. Give me a moment. I will pull up my other map. If you guys have got questions, hold them for me a minute while I'm going through everything here. Let me flip back over because I don't want you guys to miss anything on this. And also what I think I'm going to do is I don't think the Russians are going to do a whole lot. Stalsey is command and control, and they're making changes depending upon where they're trying to talk to. And Maduro is not the problem. The fact that the Russians, the Chinese, and the Iranians have moved hypersonic missiles and munitions into Venezuela is the problem. Which cam are you talking about, Baldor? There's no audio on the bottom one. There is audio on the top right one. Yeah, we're not worried about escalating with Russia. Russia doesn't want to get into it with the U.S. So we've got sound from the Caracas coast. That's what you're hearing in the background. So let me get you guys up another map here. It depends. You want 30 days for the operation. Is what you're going to want. And I'll show you guys stuff. I'm going to show you the KLW World News map. So this is our map. We don't normally show this to the public, but we're showing it to you now. So this has got all of the Russian facilities. This is the map that we did for NATO the other day. So that was all based off of this map. Poland is preparing. You can see, oops, wait a minute. Here you can see it. Poland, this is Kaliningrad, this is Poland. Poland is putting in Dragon's Teeth, anti-tank ditches, minefields, more Dragon's Teeth, and firing positions along the border. This is part of our briefing that we did for NATO the other day. You can see how they're tying this in all along the border between Kaliningrad and northern Poland. We've been warning people about this for months, and people thought we were full of shit. Well, if we were full of shit, why is Poland spending hundreds of millions of dollars to put Dragon's Teeth in at all these locations. There's additional missile launcher sites and everything else that's going in. That's not what we're here to talk about, but I'm just showing you some of the stuff that we've been covering. So everybody says that this conflict in Venezuela down here is about oil. Oil ain't got a damn thing to do with it. Okay? It's the fact that Russia, China, and Iran have been moving missiles into Cuba and into Venezuela. There are hypersonic missiles currently in Venezuela, and there are hypersonic missiles currently in Cuba. And we're going to show you some of them. This right here is a bunker at this airfield, which has been extended so as that Russian bombers can land here. But these are kitchen missiles, folks. These are supersonic, hypersonic missiles made for blowing ships out of the water, and there are a bunch of them here. So don't count out Cuba. Once Venezuela is taken care of, there may be some things going on in Cuba as well. But that's what I wanted to show you in Cuba. That right here is the biggest threat to the United States right now, is this stockpile of kitchen missiles. And this bunker here is full of them. They're loading these bunkers full of these missiles right here. That's what they're doing here. Now, coming down to Venezuela, we get down here. This is one of the targets. Right here, this is Maduro's underground bunker. This is where he is spending some nights. But this is his presidential bunker, is right here. Okay, so you can rest assured that if Trump wants Maduro gone, there's going to be a great big hole in the ground right here. Okay, and they've been flying weapons in and landing them right here and taking the weapons off, putting them on trucks and hauling them out through this gate. That's why when the planes come in and land right here, that we know that they're offloading weapons, because the gate is right here and they don't want anybody to see them. As you can see how far away this is from the terminal. So they bring the weapons in. So on the planes, like the one from Moscow the other night, came in and landed right here. It had weapons on board. They unloaded those weapons right here and took them out through the gate. Now, where have they been putting this stuff? We've got underground bases for facilities over here. This is a SAM site right here. You can see the S-300s. S-200s are right here. We've got other SAM sites out here along the border. The Russians have an airfield right here. They have redone all of this. There's all new buildings and stuff through here. The Russians are renting this from the Venezuelans, but the Russians are making this into a military base for both ships, subs, and for their shadow fleet. We have SAM sites over here. Got another SAM site down here. This is where they're putting in all of the air defense. You can see the rocket launchers over here. And there's a massive SAM site down here. So they put more SAMs in here. You can see all of them. This is the one that was on the map that they showed you just a little while. I showed you just a little while ago. This is that SAM site here. This is their SATCOMs. I would suspect that when it all hits the fan, this will be one of the locations that turns into a smoking crater. If I were in charge, it would be. Here is the Venezuelan Air Force Base. And so, again, if I were in charge, this facility here would have cruise missiles dropping bomblets running along the length of the taxiway here. I'd be hitting all of these buildings, and I'd be hitting all along here. So I'd have 4 or 5 Tomahawk cruise missiles coming along here. Bomblets, 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 bomblets. Same thing would apply for the airfield up here in Caracas. Right here, this is where the military has a bunch of their aircraft. All of this would be being hit with bomblets. These are 3 Mi-26s, the largest helicopter in the world. They're in this bunker right here. Also, there's another airfield right over here. This one would be hit. This is Venezuelan aircraft here. All of this would be hit in this area. I would have some GBU-27 guided munitions hitting here, 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 and here. The one that would hit here would be a penetrator, and that would cut this tunnel going from one side of the airfield to the other. So that's why I would have a GBU-27 hit right there. And that would cut off this side from the exit. So anything that's over here on this side, the terminal side, fire rescue equipment, what have you, wouldn't be able to go through the tunnel to get over there. They would have to go out and around. So if they wanted to get out, they would have to go across the runway up and around this way and go out around that way to get out. I would also put a GBU-27 into this rail line where it goes into the mountain right here. Same thing goes for the other side over here in Caracas. There would be a GBU-27 be going into this tunnel entrance right here. I would be putting a GBU-27 or something of that ilk into this facility, into the end of this mountain right here. Let me see it here a second. Hold on. Turn this around. Right here. I'll be putting a GBU-27. This is an underground missile facility like they have in Iran. So I'd be putting a GBU-27 right here in the middle, a GBU-27 right there, and a GBU-27 right there. Basically a bunker buster. I'd have 3 bunker busters going in right there to take that out. I would have one at the bottom of this communications site right here. I would also have one going into this entrance right over here. There is an underground entrance right here. And this underground entrance right here, we couldn't figure out why that was so big. We know why it's so big. When the planes land with the missiles over here at the airport, coming in from Russia, Iran, and other places, when they land over here, they're getting on the highway right here, taking the highway down. You'll take the highway right down here, and they will get off here and drive right in here. And when they drive right in here, they will go where is it? Had it here a second ago. Right here. When they come in the entrance right here, they come right around here, cut right in through here, and come right around, and they drive straight into the underground entrance into the mountain. So that's where they're taking the missiles into the mountain. So if you shut that right there, if you put GBU or bunker busters right into this entrance right here, they can't bring any missiles out, and they can't take any missiles in. The only thing they would be able to do is fire the missiles out of right here. And if you put a few bunker busters into there, you're not firing anything out of those holes either. So they would want to take out the that missile site. They would want to take out this microwave reflector right here, and I need to make sure that I'm on high resolution here. All right, we are. So this is a microwave reflector right here that's bringing communications in from the border to go into the commanding general's building down here. This is the receiver for the general. All right, sorry about that. I had a request. So back to the underground tunnel. So this is the underground entrance to give you an idea of where this is. This is the main parade route down through this is where Maduro was on the parade. This is the gates that he went through on the parade route. So for those of you who watch the parade, those are the gates. If you go to just the south of that, right here, so those are the coordinates. And what I will do is I will put those coordinates into let me send them to you here. But anyway, you can find this on your Google Earth right there. There's the entrance to the underground tunnel. That's it right there, and that's where they're bringing the missiles into, right there. And those missiles, they bring them right in through here and drive right in. So if you find the, well, there, that's the entrance there. You can find this on Google Earth. So, and here's the command, just to give you an idea. The tunnel entrance is here, and I'm looking at it to the south. I'm looking to the south here, okay? Here's the commanding general's facility right here, okay? So if you come to the east from the commanding general's facility, you have the secret police's training facility right there, okay? And then you come over 2 more ridges, and you come right here. And this is the facility. That's the entrance right there. That's the underground entrance to the tunnel. That's why they're putting all of this rebar over top of this. They're trying to protect this entrance so is that we can't hit it with a bunker buster. That's what all of this rebar and steel is all about, is to try to protect that. But a bunker buster will go right into that. The Air Force has stuff that'll penetrate right into there. So if I were in charge of an attack on Venezuela, the first stealth bomber, B-2 bomber that flew over would put one, anytime, buddy. The very first round would go right into that right there, is where I would put my first round. And that would cut off anybody from going in. And then my second one would be right here. Or probably this would be my first one, and my second one would be right there. So I'd put my first round right here, right in the middle here. That would be my first one. This would be my second one. That would be my third one. And the fourth one would be right into here. And that would cut off that. Now, after that were cut off, I'd be dropping right in here. These are my vents and my microwaves. I'd put me a round right in there. I'd put a round right in the bottom of this tower right here. Then I would come over here to the satellite uplink site. I would obliterate this. Then I would move over and I would obliterate this comms site right here. I would hit this underground entrance here. Hit that railroad tunnel. I showed you the other railroad tunnel. I would hit this underground entrance right there. That's it right there. I would hit this vent shaft right here. I would hit this entrance right here. This entrance, that entrance, this entrance. I would hit this area right here, simply because this is where the Chinese and the Russians are. And I would hit this entrance right here, which is not marked. This is the entrance for all of the food and the catering and everything that goes on for inside. So I would hit this entrance right here. And then Maduro's house. Boy, I'll tell you, it's hard to find shit by memory, but hold on. Where's the airfield? Here's that. You got to fly across that. Well, I don't know where it is right here. I can't remember right now. I don't have a map on here. But anyway, Maduro's house is up here, the presidential palace. Right. Right, there's that. He's got a grassy spot beside it to land a helicopter, and then he's got a right here. So here's Maduro's house. That's the presidential palace. I'd be putting one right in the middle right there. I'd also be putting one right there, and they need to put 4 in here. One there, one there, one there, and one there. And the reason for that is this is the presidential guard for Maduro. So if you're going to try to get into Maduro's house, you need to get rid of the thousands of guys that are in this building right here. And this is Maduro's personal helipad. And this is a backup for that helipad over here on this baseball field. So that's pretty good that I can find Maduro's house without a pin on it, just by visualization. It gives you an idea of how much I look at this map. So, questions from anybody? This back down here. Evening, Claude. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, you can bet your life the Pentagon knows all of this. Yes, Venezuela has the capability of striking the U.S. They've got missiles from Iran, they've got missiles from Russia, and they've got missiles from China. This looks like it could be tonight, folks. The noise is the sound along the beach in Caracas. We're waiting to hear bombs or missiles. Yes, we've flown this in the sim. So we got Black Cat up. I need to take a look at that. All right, but what you have to remember is if Black Cat is coming out of NAS Jax, it's an evaluation flight, a training flight, an upgrade flight. NAS Jax doesn't do ops with Black Cats. They do deployments to theaters. Yeah, there's a lot going on here. Let me get on this map here. I want to take a look here a second at flight radar and see. I think the cat's just doing a. Yeah, the cat's doing a test. And the way you can tell the cat's doing a test is each one of these curves here. You see this? This right here. Each one of these curves is a different angle. They're just doing a test. This cat has a new, and it's an RQ4 Global Hawk, or excuse me, an MQ4 Global Hawk. This is just a calibration. See how each one of these is a different angle going around it on this square right here. They're just testing curves. They're not going anywhere. If it were a calibration, all of these curves would be the same, but they're not. They're different radiuses of curves here. So they're just trying out scanning with something out here. Again, it's NAS Jax, so that's nothing to be concerned with. They're not going to be involved in this. Nothing there at all. There's a strato tanker up. This is our E6B. See, I told you the one off the East Coast was still there. You guys want to argue with me? There it is. Okay, here's another one. Or no, it's a C5. Where'd our other one go here? That could be interesting. We need to keep an eye on him. He's landing. All right, we'll keep an eye on all these guys. All right, questions? An RQ-4 is a Global Hawk. It's a high-altitude surveillance aircraft that flies at about 50,000 feet and can see 256 miles in any direction when at altitude. All right, appreciate that. No, this link is not on ES Chat. I can put it there, though. So we got 860 of you in here. Welcome aboard, everybody. Thanks for all the Super Chat donations. If you like the content, please consider giving us a Super Chat. We've been on YouTube now for 7 years without monetization. So if you have appreciated our content, Saucy One has gone NA. Okay. I think it'll be more than one day. No, I'm not in the van. I'm in the KLW World News studio, but I'm not at the news server. I'm on the Flight Sim server. Yeah, but are they under all aircraft? Is the way I got to see them because they're not. Oh, so that's Saucy? No, that's the KC is the NA. Yeah, Rich, they took that channel down. They took down 14 years of videos, over 1,500 videos, and 14 years of my life they erased overnight. My stuff in Ukraine, my stuff in the military, stuff that can't be replaced, stuff that was nowhere else. They deleted it all. Not that I'm aware of. I don't think anybody has yet camp planting. So, well, Mark, you would expect if they were going to be heading into that area that they would go dark. Yeah, so if they just refilled, they're planning on being up for a while. And we still have our E6 off the East Coast. So do we got any other questions here? You guys have gotten a great brief on what's hitting the fan here tonight. Yeah, and there is jamming taking place in certain areas. I'm not at liberty to tell you where that jamming is taking place, but I can tell you for a fact that there is jamming going on right now, without a doubt. Everything is telling us it's going to be tonight. I've got a variety of information that says so, but I'm not going into liberty on any of that. But there are. I can't hit the siren because I don't have it on this machine. Racer would have to do that. There are no A-10s involved in this operation. All right, Pine. There will be airstrikes first, Meg. Yes. Snark, I think he will pop some stuff off. I think if he gets hit, he'll fire stuff at the U.S. And I think the array of destroyers that we have out in the Caribbean will take those out of the sky. There's a chance that cartels will do attacks in the U.S. Yes. Correct. Nothing on the ham radios from Venezuela yet. And it looks like Caracas knows that things are going to hit the fan. We've seen a lot more police activity tonight. Yes, this is all about the Russians and the Chinese and the Iranians moving weapons into Venezuela. We doubt ground troops to the beginning, but see you down in Caracas. See all the emergency vehicles that are moving through the streets of Caracas. Refresh if you've got a black screen. All right, so if you got questions, hit me with them now. Yes, we've been watching the Mexican border for months, Mark. All right, guys, if you watch the camera, you're going to see a ship flashing a light at us. So see it, you'll see it out there. They're flashing a light off of a ship at us on the camera to tell us hello. So you'll see a light flashing at us. We're going to get them to do it again. So the guys on the ship are watching us. So they're saying hello by flashing a light at us. You'll see it on the stream here. We're going to get them to do it again. So I just told them to do it again. So you're going to see the guys on the ship flashing a light at us. Yeah, guys, you'll see them on the left-hand side. All right, yeah, guys, you're going to see it when the to the left side of the trees, right out there, right there. See that right there? That's them shining a light on us. All right, tell them thank you much. We got them. Let's see. No, they moved the trucks. All right, appreciate it, man. You need anything, you let me know. Okay, so yes, the pizza consumption is up. Yeah, there's no other news outlet that is tied into the war like us, folks. There's no other news outlet. So we're going to keep bringing it to you here. 904 of you here. Welcome aboard, folks. This is the best war coverage in the world. Yes, Russia is planning on going to war with NATO. Sergei lies his ass off, or Lavrov, as some people pronounce it. We call him Sergei lies his ass off. Sergei Lavrov have already said that Russia is planning on sending little green men into the Baltics. And if you see the briefing that we just put together, if you're part of the KLW World News family, you will see the briefing that we just did for NATO. And you will see that the Russians are preparing to attack not only into the Baltics, but into Poland. Thank you, Jason. So if you like the content, please consider giving a donation through the Super Chat. They have approved us for memberships, but, well, they won't let us do memberships yet. But if you've liked our coverage over the last 7 years of not being monetized on this platform, we would appreciate your donation. I don't think they're going to happen in the next hour, but they could happen at any minute, technically. But I think it'll be 0 dark 30 when the fecal matter actually impacts the air handling device. Thank you, Patel. Appreciate the donation, buddy. Howdy, Shadow. Hope you're doing well. It won't be World War III, Pepper. We use shoot, I can't even think. I got a whole damn. I got 24 of them, and I can't even think of the damn brand name of our camera. Reolink is what we use. Yeah, there's 2 lights on the deck. There's 2 lights on the deck of the ship. So yeah, we use Reolink, and I use the 16X. Thank you, Golden Retriever. Greatly appreciate it. Sorry about that, Jiggy. We don't do baiting here, Bobby. We got people on the ground there. You want clickbait, you got to go somewhere else, buddy. I'm not saying where the camera is on the bottom right. That's for OPSEC because there is a ship there and we may be seeing things in regards to that ship. So we are not saying where that is. Thank you, EM. No, the people on the ship are not in a safe location. That's why we're not telling anybody where they are. Yeah, we're not we're not telling where certain things are for OPSEC. We're not here to get anybody killed. Okay. But it's nice to know that the guys on the ship are watching us. Narco, why did you think Trump isn't going to do anything? He already told Maduro to get out or he was going to blast him. Yeah, guys, I used to have a crystal ball, but it fell off the table and shattered. Come to find out it was just a snow globe, so I don't do predictions. Thank you, Sean. Appreciate it, buddy. Yeah, roger that, Dave. Don't worry about the ship. Worry about what Venezuela's got coming. Oh, listen. Actually, that sounds like a Harley going by. Oh, spiders in here. Yeah, that's what it was, Taxi. No matter, I didn't have something as smart as an 8 ball. I had a snow globe. I thought it was a crystal ball for a long time, but I couldn't understand why all of the stuff it was giving me was fuzzy, but it was snow. All right, so that was an aircraft actually flying over the camera, folks. I was wrong. It wasn't a Harley. All right, thank you, Hugo. Appreciate it. All right, roger that. We're here waiting too, buddy. Oh, there's a challenge out there. Golden Retriever wants to know who else is going to match their $20 super chat. So Hugo's already done it. Who's next? That's all right. We can smoke the trolls. Some people smoke joints. We smoke trolls. Makes no difference to us. Yeah, Hades should be fine there, Cheeky. All right, thank you, Dave. We appreciate it. Tell the guys to be safe up there. Thank you, KC. You're the man. Or woman. Thank you, Max. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Who's next? Yeah, Caracas is worried right now, folks. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Is he there? Nope, wrong one. There's Saucy. Thank you, Ron. Awesome of you. Greatly appreciate it. There's Sugary. Thank you, Pines. Greatly appreciate it. What's the strategic benefit for supporting Israel? Really? Israel is the only Christian foothold in all of the Middle East. If Israel was gone, what other Christian country is there in the Middle East? Israel is a massive strategic partner of the United States. Yes, Prepper. Thank you, Pinkerton. Appreciate it, buddy. Yes, there's a good possibility we will see uh, attacks here from Venezuela cartels when this goes down. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm not worried about cruise ships in the Dominican Republic. I'm not worried about that at all. See, look at all the police cars moving around in Caracas. Sorry, Wonton. Well, just so you guys know, there's 866 of you in here, so welcome aboard, folks, for those of you. Thank you, Baldor. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Breeze. Thank you, River. Okay, yeah, things are. The hot sauce is on the table, folks. Stuff about to get spicy. Yep. Thank you, what? Greatly appreciate it. This is a hell of a welcome back to YouTube. Thank you, guys. Now I can afford to give my brother some money for gas. He can come see me for Christmas here. Yeah, the hot sauce is on the table, folks. Hot sauce is on the table. Yeah, well, now that they've monetized me, it gives me a reason to come back to YouTube. They were the ones that I hate YouTube too, because they wouldn't monetize me for 7 years and they took down my channel. But they sent me an email and offered to monetize me on one of my channels, and I accepted. And then a week after I accepted that they would monetize me there, they sent me another email for the other channel and said, we'll monetize you here too. And so they said, you got to take down some videos though. So we took down a bunch of videos that we had up. And so they monetized us over there too. So this is the one. This is our primary channel. Hey, Blackwater. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Thank you, sir. The Saucy is at it again, going out over the Gulf of America. See Saucy right here. And again, Black Cat is out of NAS Jacks. That's nothing to worry about. They're just playing with new toys. Yep. Thank you, KC. Glad to be back. Rumble's been screwing me for the last 6 months. Now, I can't say a lot of stuff over here that I can say over there, so some of the stuff I want to tell you and show you, I'll have to show you over there. But you got to get signed up for the class, folks. Go to klwworldnews.com and get signed up, VIP or above. Bottom right screen is a KLW World News Spooky Camp. That's going to show you some shit like you ain't never seen before. So I can't tell you where that is. Yeah, Scream, they do. Thank you, Lost Lobo. Yeah, I saw that. The Franklin turtle. Yeah, the EAMs have stopped because everybody's already got their orders. So now we're just waiting for the green light. PayPal is already up and running, Screaming. The sit rep is we have ships, aircraft, and other units, shall we say, at the ready. And everybody is ready to rock and roll. We're just waiting on the green light. Or 0 hour. Yeah, they went back inside. The 2 lights on the horizon just came out. No, mind that YouTube is not under COG. Midnight down there is coming up in 16 minutes. No, I'm not giving a review of known assets. No, they're not prepared for geomagnetic activity. I already did a review of what the Venezuelans have. You can rewind the show and see that. Yeah, if you want to send something straight on PayPal, you can do it right there, runninghorse6393@gmail.com. Sure thing, Thompson. Yes, backyard. It's going to be interesting when it hits the fan. Yeah, real interesting when it hits the fan. No, lights on the DC monument have nothing to do with anything. If Maduro is watching this stream, he needs to pack his shit up and get it out before he gets turned into a bunch of itty bitty bits scattered all over the countryside. Sure thing, Doc. Yeah, if he's still sitting in Venezuela right now, he needs to place his head between his knees and kiss his ass goodbye. I'm in Texas, Maverick. What the hell did you expect? I'm sorry, I'm not from Harvard. The blue dots on the map are airfields. Yeah, roger that, David. A lot of B12, buddy. A lot of B12. Uh, Colombia is somewhat supporting. They're a fair-weathered friend in this. You guys are going to have to excuse me for a minute. All I've had to eat today is a ham sandwich. So I got to get me something to chew on. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. The action's all going to be right here coming up. Keep an eye on the right-hand side. No, your coffee mug is not on the way. And I should get the link. Who's got the link for the coffee mugs? All right, thank you, David. We've had coffee mugs for our members. It's a limited supply, though. We've only got 100, and we've already sold. We've already sold more than half of them. I understand you've already paid, but they're not on the way yet. They got to send them to us first, and we told you you're not going to get them before Christmas, so we've got to get them first. Yeah, we already ordered them, but they ain't here yet. Does anybody have the link for the coffee mugs? And I don't know how many we got left. Hold on, let me see. All right, this is the deal. Hold on a second. All right, so this is the deal. What the hell's going on there? Not enough memory to open this page. Are you kidding? The memory I got on this machine? You're out of your mind. Okay. All right, so here's the deal. We only have 6 coffee cups left. Coffee cups are handmade. Coffee cups are 16 ounce, and they are insured from the factory to us, and then they are insured from us to you. And after paying for the coffee cup, after paying for the insurance, and after paying for the shipping, and after paying for the insurance again to you, for us to make a dime on them, we charge $100 a cup. So this is the deal. If we want to sell, if we want to order any more cups, we said we weren't, but we will if enough of you want them. We have to order at least 24 cups. So if 24 of you want cups and we'll order them, then we'll order them. But the minimum order is 24. I didn't see the link. I'm talking about the link for the coffee club, for the coffee mugs. My wife is sending it to me. I don't know if she emailed it to me or sent it to me. Now the coffee don't worry about what time that clock is off. We know that it's done intentionally. Holy shit! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Wow. Well, tell your boys, you boys be careful out there. Who's a Russian? E-Wags? Okay, is that it right there? All right, there it is. So let me do this. I need to go here. I need to copy that. To share that. Gmail. Okay. And then I can actually do this. I can go over here. All right, so there is the link. To the coffee cups, and I will show it to you right here. Let me close this. Let me go here. All right, that's what the cup looks like. It has the KLW World News logo on the side of it. Not shown in here, but this is a 16-ounce coffee cup. And that's what the cup looks like. They're handmade, one at a time, right here in the United States. That's why they're so friggin' expensive. And then our logo is on both sides. Last time we did a right side logo and a left side logo and a both side logo, and it was an absolute pain in the ass. So this time, our logo is on both sides of the cup. And I think I have a picture of what our logo looks like. Let me check and see. Actually, I've got one. But anyway, that's what the coffee mug looks like. So it supports the channel, and it's a 16-ounce mug. And we're only doing a limited supply of them. So, oops. Do that this way. So if you want the mug, there it is. I'll pin it to the top. Yeah, roger that, Dave. Yeah, it's a gorgeous cup. All right, well, let me put it up again then. Yeah, roger that. It's a beautiful cup. It is absolutely a gorgeous cup. Let me show it to you again. Here it is. That's the cup right there. And again, it's got the big KLW World News logo on both sides of it. It's not painted on there. It's 3D clay on the side of it. They're gorgeous. Ask anybody that got one last time. They're absolutely gorgeous. Everybody loves them. Yes, they're handmade. Every single one of them is handmade. Yes, it is, Crawford, but it is what it is. No, they're not pulling the stream. We got it here. Yeah, roger that, Pinkerton. Well, a ship just went by hauling ass, but I'm not saying anything. Yeah, Wonton. Venezuela, the only subs you're going to get in Venezuela are from a Subway shop. Venezuela has one submarine. Yeah, I don't have a way to show them to you, Dave. Uh, hold on. I might be able to show you one here. Let me see if I can get you one there, Dave. I got a picture of one of my kung fu rabbits. I gotta send the picture to myself though, so you guys got to bear with me here while I. All right, let me get my. Oops, wrong one. You want to see one of my kung fu bunnies? I'll show you a kung fu bunny. How do I do this? All right, that's one of my kung fu bunnies right there. You see that? That's 35 pounds of kung fu bunny. Oh, they're doing pretty good. I lost a bunny yesterday, though. I had a poisonous snake get into and kill one of my rabbits. No, that's a Flemish giant. The 35-pound Flemish giant. That's what I raise. Yeah, we think it was a copperhead or a rattler that bit her, and she swelled up and it killed her in 2 days. Yeah, sumo bunny. No, we don't ask for your address until they get here, and then we will contact you to make sure that it's the correct shipping address and all that before we ship it out and put the insurance on it. Yeah, we'll get all that from you when once they get here. Yeah, we have attack rabbits. All right, folks. So if you want your coffee cup club, if you want your coffee cups, now's the time to be ordering them. What else do I got for pets? I've got 2 horses, 50 chickens, 4 pigs, and 8 possums. They're from down next to the beach. They probably won't, unless your Yorkie messes with them. Hey, thank you there, Canada. Glad you're here. We don't have any pet coons. We run them off. Possums are doing great. I got one now. My God, she's got to be 40 pounds. She's huge. She's not even pregnant. She's been with me. She's 3 years old this year. No, Gracie and Mercy Me are at a training farm. They're with a nice family. We gave them a nice home to live at. Yeah, we have 2 skunks. Yes, the possums take care of the bugs and run off the cats. There's guys on the ships flashing lights at us. That's what you're seeing there. Tyler Hopkins, it's because the 730 people that are in here have been with me for years and know that I tell the truth and know that when I'm on the air, the fecal matter is about to hit the fan. That's how. Evidently, you haven't been here. That's okay. Yeah, get some sleep, gamer. Yeah, the guys with the spotlight are watching the show. Probably at night. My lasers or my bunnies don't need no lasers. My bunnies know taekwondo. You never heard of Kung Fu Bunny? Oh, here they come with the plane again. Venezuela's shaking in her boots. Not one of my bunnies attacked Jimmy Carter. If one of my bunnies had attacked Jimmy Carter, he'd have been dead a long time ago. Uh, Office Cal Prime, do you have people in Venezuela? Do you have people on the boats that are there? Do you have people who are involved in this military operation? That's right, they're Krav Maga bunnies. Yeah, I pulled out a bunny and short doors ran. No, Venezuela is not on Eastern Time. They're an hour ahead of Eastern Time. Yeah, it's a spooky camp. Oop, that ain't good. It's pre-programmed. Yeah, it's back. It's got a reboot. They got an issue. They're working on it. All right, no worries. Yes, we have a camera on the coast. All right, so for all of you guys who are in the military that are watching us live, I'm going to do you one here. All right, these are all the guys watching us live. So, hope you guys are doing well. Let's see if we can get another picture like this with everybody having one finger up in the air for KLW World News is number one. So, thank you guys. Be safe. Hey, Vixen, we know which one we're going to give you. To get a radio, you got to be on the KLW World News Network. No, we do have people on the ground in Puerto Rico, but the bombers will not take off from there. Yeah, roger that, Jay. No, we wouldn't shout what attack we're going to do before we do it. That's why we're not telling anybody. No, they didn't. That's not YouTube. They're having issues with their internet connection. Yeah. Venezuela is having issues. All right. Thank you, Dave. Try to get a group picture with everybody with the number one finger up. Not the middle finger for Madero, the number one finger for KLW. Kev, I can't talk about that. Yeah, they got internet problems on their end. I got 521 meg down and 108 up. Plus, I'm streaming in 4K, so it ain't us; it's them. Yeah, we're not going to tell anything that's going to endanger any American airmen or seamen or any of the other allies that are supporting us. Yeah, this definitely ain't my first rodeo. Don't tell me there ain't a video. I'm streaming out to you at 4K. You want more? I'll give you more. If that's the game you want to play, little lady. You're getting 10. There's 15 megabit. Take that. I got more for that. Where that come from too? I can give you all the way up to 100 if you want to play that game with me. Could be from Offit as well. There, Lord. Yeah, no worries, Dave. No worries, buddy. Hey, thank you, Titan. I got that earlier today. Appreciate that. I don't think he'll go to Cuba. I think he'll go to Russia. And no, I don't think he'll stay and fight. I think once it starts hitting the fan, he's going to fly. I think he's going to take one of his private jets out low and get out of there. He's already been advised that he should, so he knows. His days are numbered. I'm not talking about Jerry. Yeah, see, they got their internet connection figured out. It wasn't YouTube. See what I got here. Oh, KLW World News Big One is picking up stuff. No, he's not going to leave via sub. The noise is the ocean. Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah, John, we're aware of that. This will be mainly an air war. With very little boots on the ground, if any. Howdy, Monique. We're waiting for the U.S. to drop a can load full of whoop ass on Venezuela is what's going on. Yeah, thank you, Ace. We work very hard to earn that trust. Which Spanish commentary channel is saying that? Cruise ships should be fine. Yeah, roger that. Now that's the ocean. That's what you're hearing. All right. Thank you, 30. Charlie, you're not going to start talking about the size of your organ, are you? The Thompson, the tide won't matter. Tide only matters on an invasion. I think you're better for high tide. All right, thank you, Mark. All right, guys, hit those thumbs up. We've had 8,938 views. There's 717 of you in here, and we've only had 858 likes. So hit that thumbs up. We're at under 10% likes. That's not good. Yeah, hit that thumbs up. And where's everybody from? What state or what country? Thank you, Jar. Jam Jar. Okie, Missouri, VA, CA, NC, New York, Idaho. That's the ex-vice president. Florida, Maryland, CENTCOM. I know where that is. Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee, California. SF. That's not Santa Fe. That's San Francisco. Ohio. Oh, roger that, Dave. Thank you. Tennessee, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Texas, Fort Worth, Missouri, Virginia, Springfield, Illinois, Eastern Kyrgyzstan, Jefferson, Oregon, Florida, home of chlamydia, South Dakota, D.C., District of Criminals, North Florida, Tennessee, Connecticut, Australia. You have to turn the TV upside down to watch us from down there. Colorado, Wisconsin, Erie, PA. It's a scary place. Chicago border, the UK, Vermont, South Carolina, Ohio, Texas, Indiana, another Idaho, or ex-vice president. You know why the vice president, ex-vice president, never said Idaho? Because she'd be speaking in first person if she did. Southern Illinois, you really want people to believe that you're in Venezuela? Don't lie. Come on, dude. Really? You're Argentina. Yeah, we got that, Dave. Thank you, sir. Jacksonville, Tennessee, Louisiana, MISSI, Eastern Washington State. I've been there many, many times. Ohio, Mile High. Y'all need to quit smoking that shit. New York City, Cape Fear. That's a scary place. Rhode Island. Yeah, I rode horses too. Oregon, another Pennsylvania, Nebraska, North Carolina, Burleson, Texas. You reckon? Oh, there's MI. They're missing in action. Or, I mean, Michigan. Well, thank you, Jack. Oklahoma's doing well for you. Micanopy, Florida. I've been there. That's not far from Lake Smokedoobie or Okeechobee. Depends on where you're from, that's what you call it. If you're from out of town, it's Lake Okeechobee. If you're from around town, it's Lake Smokedoobie. Yeah, I know where Malone is, and I know where Hillsboro is. Misery. There you go, Australia. Tennessee is represented. Northern Nevada. VA. Mr. Higgins. Thank you, John. Foothills of North Carolina. Northern Florida. Montgomery, PA. From the land of maple syrup. You're from Highland County, Virginia? Kansas. You know how Kansas got its name? It's because it's as flat as a can's ass. Vexing code, you're really from Earth? But we don't believe you. No, they won't shoot his jet. Minnesota. John wants somebody to match his $10. He's not from Venezuela, Dave. He's lying. Oregon. Wisconsin. Arkansas. West by God. Oh my God. West by God is represented here tonight. Where are you in West by God? West by God. Iowa. Wah, 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 wah. Iowa. Athens, Tennessee. I've been there. Washington State. I've been there. Hawaii. The Big Island. Nebraska. Des Moines, Iowa. Duluth Trading Plains. Covington, Tennessee. Well, thank you, mister. Canal Point. And what's up, Doc? KY. Yes, they remain vegetarians unless you don't feed them for a while. Or you try to pick them up and they don't want to, and then they will take a chunk of meat out of you. Oklahoma. New Hampshire, which is newer than Old Hampshire. Near Blacksburg, Virginia Tech. I've been there many, many, many times. I'm from Virginia. Oh, I'm from Virginia too, but anyway. West Virginia. Newport News, Virginia. I know exactly where that is. I've been there many times. New York's here. Parkersburg. I know where that is. That's where they park all the time. Hey, Grammy, thank you. West Virginia, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Elkton, Oregon. You know there's a bunch of Elktons, by the way. There's an Elkton in Maryland. There's an Elkton in Virginia. I think there's an Elkton in Texas as well. There's an Elkton in Kansas. And now there's one in Oregon. There's a bunch of Elktons. Oak Ridge. That's not far from Pine Ridge. That's a joke. No, you're not. Operator. No, you're not. Western North Carolina. Anywhere near Boone? Or how about West Jefferson? Alberta. That's above Montana. Outside of Nacogdoches, Texas. Nacogdoches. I know what that is. The suburb of Birmingham, Alabama. Lufkin. Marion, North Carolina, close to Asheville. I know where that is. The reason I asked about West Jefferson is we have land in West Jefferson. Or I rephrase that. We used to have land in West Jefferson. My wife just sold it to try to pay off some of the bills. I'm not sure if we've been paid for it yet or not. Salisbury. It's supposed to. The one on the bottom right's on automatic pan. Northern Alabama. Summersville. Yep, if you go up on the northeast side of West Jefferson, along the river up there, that's where we had land. Up there overlooking the river. Talon, Estonia. Have you been going to that house of ill repute again? Near Mr. Magoo. Pittsburgh. You're from Pittsburgh. You know where that trolley thing goes up the side of the mountain? And there's that nice high-dollar restaurant up there that looks like a little cottage house. I can never remember the name of that damn thing. We hear you, Doc. Oh, come on. That's only because of your wife, right? She's got that camera up on a widescreen to see if you go in the front door. Well, see, the only reason we think he goes to that house of ill repute is because we had a live view of that city. And we asked him, do you know where this is? And he said, yeah, all those bright lights right down there, that's a house of ill repute. That's the only thing he picked out in the whole video. So we kind of been wondering ever since. Oh, it's a Russian building and they'll rip you off. You act as though you speak with experience there about that house of ill repute. You don't get what you paid for, huh? Fayetteville. Yeah, right. I can believe that on living in Fayetteville for 3 years. They can keep that shit. Not such a happy ending, huh? Yeah. See, in Asia, it's me love you a long time. Over there, it's me don't love you at all. Yeah, Lamont. Yes, I think that's what it is. When I sold the idea of a helmet-mounted thermal imager to MSA, That's where MSA had me meet them. That's where MSA took me out to dinner. Is at that hotel or at that restaurant there. You know who I'm talking about? MSA, the people that make the breathing apparatus for firefighters. I did the very first helmet-mounted thermal imager for a firefighter, and it was done with MSA right there. Yes, mine safety. Oh, I need to redo that impersonation. So it's Asian prostitutes. Me love you long time. Russian prostitutes. Me go love you. Yeah, I've used Scott, MSA, and Survivor. Yeah, Survivor has a carbon fiber bottle. They're also higher pressure. Scott Air has 2,216 psi, and Survive Air is 3,500. Yeah, MSA's 3,000. Scott's 2,216. Survivor is 3,500. Well, first off, there can be a double strike anytime. There's nothing wrong with that. And secondly, that wouldn't be something that would go all the way up to the Secretary of Defense. That's going to be done at a theater level. The Secretary of Defense is not going to be involved in a strike against a single drug boat. To think that the Secretary of Defense is going to be called in for that particular strike is asinine. So that would be within the theater command. So an admiral or somebody like that. All right, Josh, have a good one. Yeah, I was just looking. I couldn't find my pictures of my helmet-mounted thermal imager for MSA. I got it, but I don't know where it is. No, he may have watched it, but in the decision to make the strike, I doubt he's the one that said, hit him again. And there's nothing wrong with it. They're declared, look, he can hit them 30 fucking times if he wants to. They're terrorists. They're narco-terrorists. So there is no law or no rule of engagement that says you can only smack them once, and if they survive, you can't smack them again. That's bullshit. What don't know? The government has been doing facial recognition like China for more than 10 years. The Survivor is 4,500 psi. That must be a newer bottle. Because the ones at the firehouse here are 3,500 psi. Correct, until threat is eliminated. Yeah, roger that, Dave. Thank you. Yep. Yeah, Easy Evil wouldn't be Easy Evil if he wasn't causing trouble. I mean, my God. He'll stop breathing before he stops causing trouble. You ain't never living that down. You could drop dead and you would still hit somebody on the way down, knock over some furniture, or break something before you hit the floor. Come on now. Well, we can't tell you. Alaska's here. All right, well, we can all go home now. Alaska showed up. We'll see you tomorrow, folks. No, just kidding. Hit that thumbs up, folks. There's 600 of you in here. Yeah, that's easy. Well, you can bet your life on it. Yeah, roger that, Doc. I had a Venezuelan friend down in Florida who was trying to get his family out of Venezuela. My wife asked him about the people eating animals out of the zoo. He said, "Oh, that's nothing compared to what's really going on." Yeah, roger that. Hit them again just to make sure they're not suffering. We want to put them out of their misery. It's humane to hit them a second time. That's the humane thing to do. Don't want to let them suffer. You'd hate to see them get eaten by a shark after they've been hit by a ram. Well, glad to hear it, Doc. Tell him to come back anytime. That's right. Yeah, I don't doubt that. All right, thank you, Doc. Yeah, you can bet your life on that easy. All right, how many of y'all just got here? Who's new in the zoo? Hit that thumbs up if you haven't already. By the way, we ban people that don't hit the thumbs up, so you're aware. It's a standing policy. It's been that way for years. Yeah, I got what you said, Dave. Thank you. You can keep that video. I'd rather not watch that one. But yeah, the Venezuelans resorted to cannibalism. All right, Christopher, appreciate it. despite the fact that it's 34 degrees outside the studio, I still have to have the air conditioner on in here to fight the heat coming off from all the servers. In fact, I'm turning it up from 65 to 68 because the room temperature has now gotten down to 75. All right, thank you, Ace. Wildcat, we appreciate it, buddy. We did it just for you. I did, Wildcat. I did it just for people like you, people who have the 4K. That's why I'm streaming in 4K. There's not very many people. Well, first off, there's very few people watching in 4K, but there's even fewer people broadcasting in 4K. I mean, and there's nobody broadcasting war coverage in 4K that I know of. Does anybody else know of anybody who has broadcast coverage of the war in Venezuela in 4K? I'm the only one that I know of. In fact, we broadcast in 4K on multiple channels every day. Does anybody else broadcast in 4K war coverage? The hell, they don't even broadcast the news in 4K. Yes, we did, David. Yes, we did. I'm still waiting for that picture of a bunch of your guys with the thumbs up. Thank you, Gray Lake. Yeah, roger that, Doc. Well, that's true too, John. I don't know anybody else. Yes, there is 12K, and we have cameras that are 12K. New York Prepper broadcasts in 4K? I've never seen a New York Prepper broadcast in 4K. I'll have to go look at that. No, he doesn't. New York Prepper broadcasts in 1080.
What's going on, guys? It's Greg here, aka
Nope, he broadcasts at 1080. Yeah, he's not broadcasting. Yeah, roger that, Shadow. Yeah, so there's nobody covering it, and there's nobody in 4K. So yeah, I just checked 5 different streams from Prepper, and every single one of them was 1080. Yeah, I don't upscale. I don't upscale. Just straight out. So 4K template, 4K canvas, 4K stream. Oh my God, steel bottles. Yeah, roger that. 4K live map, absolutely. Yeah, our war watch is in 4K 24 hours a day. Well, glad you like it on your 65. I'm watching it. I produce it on a 75 inch. Here, just there you go. There you can see it. Oops. Let me do this. Gotta do that. Then I can do it. So there it is. That's me producing it. So there's that. Okay, and then here is there's the OBS that's actually producing the broadcast. Right here. This is my simulator stuff over here. This is for farm sim, flight sim, and all that. There's the 75-inch screen up there that you're seeing. Transition here. There you go. So you can see it over here now. That's what it looks like. If I go here into my settings, I come over here, video, 3840, 3840. Resolution matching, no downscaling required. And we are in 16:9. Oops, wait a minute. Gotta do it this way. There you go. But anyway, that's what you're seeing there. Here's this. There's the monitor right there. Here's my farm sim stuff. My pad. There's my lever for the for putting my 3-point hitch up and down on my tractor and farm sim. And of course, we're drinking out of a KLW World News mug here. Or thermal glass. Let me move you back over here. Dink. No, I haven't spoken with Green Greg's because Green Greg's had a guy on his channel that claimed that I was a cross dresser from Texas by the name of Leanne, and Green Greg's allowed that guy to tell lies about me on his channel and didn't say a word to him about it. And since he wanted to let that guy tell lies about me on his channel and not say anything about it, I have disassociated myself with Mr. Green Greg's. Anybody that will allow somebody to tell bold-faced lies about somebody when you actually know better, I have no feelings for them, no support for them. It fall off the face of the earth as far as I'm concerned. I lost all respect for him when he did that. Yeah, if you'll let somebody lie about somebody else when you know that what they're saying is a lie, then you're no better than the person that's telling the lies. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, Charlie. I've never worn a dress, so I have no idea what I would look like in one. I don't have the legs for it, though. I can tell you that. And if I was going to dress up as a girl right now, it'd have to be one that's 13 months pregnant. I might be able to pass for that with a wig and some lipstick and shit, but I'd have to wear a brunette wig because I'm too smart to wear a blonde one. You look marvelous, darling. Absolutely marvelous. Yeah, thank you, Shadow. Good to be back after 7 years of not getting paid to be here. We have a flight simulator here too, by the way, for those of you who aren't aware. I got a Scottish joke about Celts, but I don't know if anybody wants to hear it. No, I don't like anything that's not real. I don't play anything that's not based on something real. It's probably not going to stay that way there, Flavors. Yeah, I have a I have to put up a picture. Hold on, let me get my phone. Let me show you guys my flight sim setup. Well, I thought I had one since then. I guess not. I got some pictures when we were first building it, but I don't have one of it completed. I guess I'll have to fix that. Oh, there we go. So this is a combination, what I'm going to show you here. What's the name of it? Gun Raptor? What are you trying to mail me? Uh, Flavors of the Forest. You know what? Armor 3? Yeah. So I looked at Armor 3 yesterday. The only problem with Armor 3 is it's hosted on Steam. And several years ago, we had an issue with Steam's software messing with our video production software. And so we have a ban on using anything from Steam because it crashed our server. I haven't seen House of Dynamite. I don't watch anything on Netflix. Um, so flavors of the forest garlic. I just put an email in the chat. Send an email there. Tell them who you are and what you want to do, and they'll give you the shipping address. Because I'll be honest, I don't know what it is. So just send an email right there about it. I don't think that it would be 3 tankers from Andrews would be involved in this because of how much fuel it would take them to get them to the theater of operations. The tankers from this would most likely be out of McDeal, most likely. It would probably be better to off him, but if he leaves, it causes a big problem because then we still have to go in and clean up the mess. That's the problem with Maduro leaving. We still have to. We still have to deal with the cartel of the Suns, which is the commanding generals of the Venezuelan military. All right, well, again, send all of that to that email address. They have some brand new, Mohammed, they've got some brand new military vehicles down there. In fact, they have 94 brand new tanks. Yes, that's wind you're hearing. Well, they're not coming this way. They're going across the pond. There's combat Learjet. Well, that's nothing. There's hypersonics in Cuba. All right, so we're an hour and a half away from 0 dark 30. How long does it take for a hypersonic missile to fly from Venezuela to Florida? About 5 minutes. Dark 30 is the time that U.S. Special Forces likes to hit targets, which is about 3:30 in the morning. So that's 0 dark 30. So it could be 3:30, 4:30. It's definitely before 5:30. No, Poopy. The hypersonic missile would have already flown over and blown up shit before the windows get busted. And most likely, it would be. And it's so high up in the sky, you're just going to hear a boom. It ain't going to shatter any windows. Too far away. You only shatter windows when you break the speed of sound at low altitude. If it's more than 5,000 feet up, that's lodges with a test count. It would be massive if they hit the United States. Uh, try that one. Maybe that's not the one I gave you for. Yeah, I gave you 6993. It's 6393. Sorry. Use that one. Yeah, but the invasion of Panama was a long time ago, and that was a different animal back then. We wanted to work mainly at night. It was a ground invasion. But you want to stay away from Dawn's crack. Sure thing, Garlic. All right, Gray Lake. When do you go get your server up and be able to play this game with us? Everybody keeps telling me that you're going to come play, and we never see you. Well, Dawn's crack will do more than kill you. It'll give you applause, or no, that's not what it is. Clap, that's what it is. Hey, we're still here, Sean. Well, that's up to her. Their flavors of the forest. I'm not in charge of the kitchen. What do you mean enough of the snow plowing? We play Farm Simulator 25, and then we also fly in Flight Sim 2020. I've got a full-blown flight simulator here, so we do Farm Sim together and we fly together. No, I don't play DCS World, and the reason I don't play DCS World is because I do real world scenarios. We use real satellite imagery, and we build 3D models inside of the satellite imagery. Here. So we want to be able to use the whole world. That's why we don't. We would use DCS World, but I can't build 3D models in Kaliningrad. I can't build 3D models in Moscow. I can't build 3D models all over Russia. The grand solar minimum's already here. It's only getting worse. Yeah, that's the sim that I did with Frepper is our 3D flight simulator. We've got new imagery. There's a lot of new stuff going on. So I don't know that. I can't tell you the answer to how long until Venezuela is like El Salvador. Not yet. It's not 0 Dark 30 yet, so everybody's ready to go. You shouldn't ask Ace that. That's a personal question. No, DCS does not allow you to build all over the world. DCS only allows you to build in regions, and you can only put in certain objects. What we use is real satellite imagery. We've put real satellite imagery in the flight sim and put in the exact aircraft, try to match the exact paint job on the aircraft as much as possible. We put in the actual vehicles, and if it's a vehicle that's in use, we put it in with headlights on it, and if it's not, and it's a vehicle just sitting there, then we don't. So if it's in storage, it doesn't have headlights at night. If it's in active use, it does have headlights at night. That's how you can tell the difference when we fly. So stuff in a fenced-in area doesn't have working headlights. Stuff outside of a fenced-in area, like on a flight line, does. Can't play it without Steam as far as I know. I have a friend of mine that has 2,000 hours in it, and you've got to do it through the Steam server. I've seen it. I looked at it. I'd love to try it, but I refuse to. Anything that produces news for KLW World News will never be connected to Steam. We lost a server over Steam, and we were off the air for a week. So Steam doesn't get a second chance. Yeah, I'd love to play, but I'm never going to do it with this server. If I ever get rich and I can afford another server just for that, yeah, we'd do it. Maybe stream from it, but I can't. I can't risk a $10,000 simulator and a $5,000 server to software written by Steam. I can't risk that. Zero hour for them will be in an hour and 15 minutes. We called Steam before and they said it wasn't their problem, but our IT people said it was. I can't play that, Meg. It'll be a copyright strike. The exact problem is that Steam would do updates, and they would update your software. Yes, the flight simulator I have would prepare young kids that want to be a pilot. The Steam software would want to do updates whenever they wanted to do updates. The problem was when we're streaming live, Steam would try to do updates in the middle of a news broadcast and would screw up the news broadcast. And they did that numerous times. We would turn off updates and they would still do an update in the middle of a news broadcast. Not yet, Thomas. Well, that best feature, no, we couldn't control that. They would update. We would tell it not to update, and it would do it anyway. And so it would interrupt the broadcast. It would shut down the news broadcast. And so so we couldn't have it. So we went in and deleted Steam from the server. And when we deleted Steam from the server, it locked up the server. And that's when we're like, okay, we're done. And so we had our IT people work on it for days to finally get it to come back up. And when we finally did get it to come back up, the server was horrible. It was nothing like it had been before. It made all kinds of holes and created all kinds of problems. And so we ended up having to purchase a new server because Steam destroyed our last one. So we're done with Steam. Right, you're a gamer. You're not trying to do a news broadcast with 6 video screens running simultaneously, running OBS broadcast studio at the same time you're trying to stream out. You know, gamers are trying to run one screen, maybe 2 screens. Yeah, it did. I mean, everybody was there. They can prove it. So yeah, I'm not risking it. There is no reason for me to risk it for a video game. And that's the other thing. It's not realistic, so we don't even want to put it on. We wouldn't even broadcast it because it's a game, um, and you can't control where. Um, um, you can't control. In our flight simulator, we can control everything about the flight simulator. We can control the helicopter, we can control the weather, we can show you the exact satellite imagery, we can show you exactly where the targets are, we can show you the path of egress in, we can show you them getting hit by missiles and blown up, we can show you launch points as to where to launch those missiles from. We can do the entire war scenario. I can't do that in a war game. Yeah, and you're only running with one. You know, how many computer screens do you have on your machine? When you're gaming, how many screens are you using? Gun Raptor, how many screens do you have up when you're streaming? Here we go. All right, well, I have 9 monitors on one server. So that's, you know, that's taxing for the server. And then when I'm running that 9 monitors, I have anywhere from 4 to 24 1080 streams running in. Yeah, roger that. 22 characters, Charlie. I wasn't going to say anything, but yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's 2:30. That could be your green light you just heard with 22 characters. Gun Raptor, have you ever seen one of my videos? Yeah, roger that, Raptor. Windows right now, they're going to Linux. No, oh, they're talking. They're talking out of Puerto Rico. I can hear them on the other server. I can hear them on the big one at KLW World News. They're talking out of Puerto Rico. They're doing test counts right now. No, not all 9 screens are at 4K. Yeah, well, I've got 3 IT people, so. Yeah, well, I already have. My server draws 1,600 watts. My server has 9 fans. And my server heats the studio so much, it has a separate 2,500 BTU AC air conditioner just to cool it. Good day, JD. So you've seen video off of my server, Gun Raptor? 4K video off my server? Yeah, my server gets so hot when I'm running flight sim or farm sim that I keep I set my coffee cup on top of the server and it keeps it warm. My coffee never gets cold. Well, Sean, you need to get on farm sim with us because we've added our own railroad to the farm sim now. Yeah, the Polish sim with New York Prepper was 4K. And we're going to be doing more of that now that we've upgraded the microwave here. By the way, everything here is wireless. We are not connected to the internet by a wire or fiber. We communicate everything microwave to the tower. Yeah, you're the only brother I claim anyway. I got a brother from another mother, but you're the only real one. Yeah, we have a microwave. Yeah, the local fiber company here wanted $10,000 to run fiber to the studio, and the no, we use a flat panel. We have a flat panel, and the no, we have Starlink for redundancy. So the fiber company said so before we bought the studio. The telephone company said that they would run us a trunk line out here and guarantee us 300 megabit. So we said okay. So we bought the property for the studio. We get out here after we've signed the paperwork and everything. Call the phone company and say, "Hey, come do it." And the phone company says, "Nope, sorry, we can't do it. The best we can offer you is the significance of a 22-character EAM is it's not a standard EAM. It's a special message." So we they said they could give us the line. But after we purchased the studio, they came out and ran the test and said, no, we can't do it. So we called a fiber company. The fiber company came out and said, yeah, we can do it. It'll be $10,000 to do it. So they said, we said, well, that ain't what you said originally. Originally, you said you'd run it for free, and they're like, well, it's outside of the service area, so I had to charge you $10,000 to run the fiber in here. So we finally said, okay, fine. We'll put it on a couple credit cards. Go ahead and run the fiber. Well, then they wouldn't come do it. So we ran Starlink for a while, and T-Mobile agreed to give us a wireless system for here, and so there's a T-Mobile tower nearby, and so we have a T-Mobile system, and it's a commercial T-Mobile internet system, and so we've got a panel antenna, and we fire that panel towards the tower, and we get 570 meg down, and anywhere from 180 to 220 meg up. That's how everything in the studio. No, we don't have a little substation near us. We had a little substation next to us at the old studio. We don't at the new studio. At the old studio, the telecom pop we were 2 blocks away from the pop, and so when we were 2 blocks away from the pop, we had 2 T1s ran to the studio. One is the primary and one is the backup. We were paying, I think, $170 a month for each one of those. And so when we moved from the old studio to the new studio, we're over a mile from the nearest pop. Yeah, that's how we did it at the old studio. That's how we were on the air. We were on the air for 3 years that way. Yeah, we're aware of that, Davis. In fact, we showed a map of them a few hours ago. The mountains don't matter, flavors of the forest. It's the trees. I use a mobile Starlink all the time. I have a Starlink on top of the Intimidator van. No, they're not hardening anything. No power company is hardening anything. The only power companies that have hardened anything is one company did a little part of North Carolina, another company did a little part of South Carolina, and another company did a little part of Georgia, and Texas did a little bit near San Antonio. And other than that, none of the power companies have done shit. And it doesn't matter if they harden, if they don't have the sources that they need, they can't stay online either. Well, Flavors of the Forest, you can go outside with your phone and do a sky survey, and it'll tell you if you can get Starlink, but most likely you can't. I would recommend 2 or 3 days, and I would only pull out what you have to have. So leave everything else in there. If you ain't got to have it, leave it in there, because any country that would nuke the U.S. by an EMP, if they're smart, they would nuke one day and then wait a week or two and then nuke again to fry anything that was left. Yeah, I've seen the map. I used to be part of the EMP commission. Yeah, roger that, Sun Tooth. I know what you're talking about there. Thank you, Freddie. It doesn't matter. No, fiber is not EMP resistant, because every single one of the knocks along the line is not EMP resistant. The switch is not EMP resistant, and the power that powers the fiber is not EMP resistant. So fiber is worthless. You're correct. Venezuela does not have a public defense alert system. Oh, all right. Yeah, you're right. That is what you said. I didn't read it right. There's your E6B. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Well, no, Gun Raptor. You, that's 3 years of setting up the backup. You know what after an EMP, you're talking a major EMP over the U.S. That's 3 years before we get power back. Mine's over 500 a month. Well, I think it's horrible considering my neighbor's electric bill is 150. Gun Raptor, I don't. I was part of the EMP commission, and I also designed power systems for critical infrastructure for DoD. And all of the $100 million that was supposed to go to that critical infrastructure, you can thank Nancy Pelosi for voting that down, and all of that money going to buy masks for COVID. I lost a $100 million contract to do EMP proofed backup power for critical infrastructure for military bases because of Nancy Pelosi. And the Biden administration didn't do shit. Yeah, I was pissed. If the P8s were out of NAS jacks, no, because the NAS jacks is just a test and repair facility. We'll be here, Sean. We'll be here. Yeah, roger that. Well, Dr. Price. Bottom right is live. It is not looped. We don't do anything here that's looped. Black Cat has a new surveillance package and a new flight control system on board, and they are testing their surveillance package and testing their flight control software. That's why the pattern looks like it does. So Black Cat 6 is nothing to worry about. It's a test flight, not a training flight, test flight. Poland knows that Kaliningrad and Belarus are preparing to invade them. Flavors, I'm sure it did. I can't check it. Well, thank you much for the super chat. Greatly appreciated. Appreciate it, Nate. Where's the B-52? Hogan, where's the B-52? That's the Sentry. That's the Sentry. That's the E-11A. What software are you using that says that's a B-52? Yeah, I don't trust ADSB.
Zulu.
Yeah, this is
Delta,
Venezuela.
Hotel, standby, 7, Delta, Delta, Hotel, standby, connecting, follow, 7, Delta, Sierra, Delta, Whiskey, Hotel, India, Uniform, Bravo, Forward, Charlie, Papa, Charlie, Charlie, Uniform, Echo, 6, Sierra, 5, Charlie, Echo, November, 6, Sierra, Bravo, Bravo, Quebec, 3, Delta, Sierra, Delta, Hotel, Bravo, Forward, Charlie, Papa, Charlie, 2, Charlie, Uniform, Echo, 6, Sierra, 5, Charlie, Echo, November, 6, Sierra, Hotel, Bravo, Rome, Quebec, Juliet, Whiskey, out.
All right, so for those of you that were talking about my sim server before, this is it. So here's the rudder pedals, or anti-torque pedals, because I fly a helicopter. So there's my pedals. This is for my farm sim. That's the Hori gas, clutch, and brake. And this is my Virpil cyclic, or joystick for a fighter jet. This is my side panel for an aircraft, landing gear, bombs away, all that other good stuff, trims. Hori steering wheel. And this is my Hori joystick. So throttle, all the buttons, so on and so forth. So this is just the seat for the flight sim. And then I'll try to get you guys a picture of the sim itself here in a minute. The server, I mean. Yeah, I got a picture of the server here. We got a custom built server. Got a RTX 5070 graphics card in it. Yeah, I saw that. I've got that. It's live. That's the you got a B1 Lancer, Lee? She said. Sure, it's not a E11. They got two B-1B Lancers. I don't have a B-52. I have an E-11A looking glass. And I got two Sentries. And as far as I'm concerned, they're going out off the coast for an exercise. They're not going to Cuba. I'm not seeing it on flight radar. All right, so that's a long way from down here. I don't see it. I don't see why they would launch sentries from out here and out here and out here and out here. And if they did, why are they going this way? That's the wrong way. I don't see that having anything to do with this strike package at all. Not at all. You got E6B here. It's more likely to be doing anything than anything else. They look like they're getting ready to come in and land. So I don't see anything at all with this. This does nothing for me. That's a long way around to be doing something down here. To me, it looks like they're going to the training area down here. That's what it looks like to me. But we'll see. Yep, we shall watch and see. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. That's nothing to me. Las Vegas. They're supposed to transmit all the time. No, I think it's training. That's all I think it is. I don't know why they'd launch out of Nellis. We've got B-52s. The RQ4 or MQ4 off of Florida is from NAS Jax. It is a test flight that is not doing anything but testing avionics and electronics. That is not involved in anything related to anything military other than a test flight. That's all that is. Not a surveillance flight. None of that. It is. It's testing. I'm talking about the RQ4. This aircraft here. This aircraft here is a test flight. That's it. They are testing. All they're doing right here is testing curves and banks. All these are at a different degree. Every single one of these. They are testing an avionics package for the aircraft. Every single one of them turns is at a different angle. Every one of them. It's nothing more than a test flight for the avionics on that aircraft. That's all this is. Every bit of this is an avionics test flight. Yeah, roger that, Yashi. No, training is what's coming out of Nellis. I'm talking about the flights that are coming out of Nellis are training. The flight that is over the Atlantic of the MQ4 is a test flight. I'm talking about two different flights of aircraft. Everything coming out of Nellis is a training flight. What is out of Jacksonville is a test flight. Yeah, this is a test flight. That's all that is right there. It's a test flight. What's coming out of Nellis is a training flight. Yeah, this is a test flight right here. That's all that is. Just a test flight. When they're doing these circles like this right here, and every single one of them is off. See how that's not the same? It's not the same over here that they're doing. That's to test an orbit capability of the avionics to see how well it can stay on a plot, on a GPS point plot. And so they're testing every single angle. Can you turn it this rate of turn? 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 How fast can you go back from it? And every single bit of this is part of that. This is what creates a modified stirrup maneuver. Okay? So this is what they're doing right here. This is the new avionics payload. I started the drone program for the United States Army in 1997. So trust me, this is what this is doing right here. The first planes, the first drones ever flown by GPS control were flown out of my laboratory. And the first $1 million aircraft to ever go down because of a GPS failure was mine. It's part of my laboratory. I crashed the very first drone under GPS control. I was good at it too. I slammed it so much into the ground at 70 mile an hour. No, it wasn't chipset failure. GPS. Yeah, we got that, Billy Bob. Thank you. I don't know where David is. All right, Gun Raptor. So when you go from a 3D lock on GPS with 4 satellites, if you lose one of those satellites and go to on GPS with 3 satellites, your aircraft can be in 2 separate locations at the same time. Because we've been tracking it for 15 minutes, Lancer. Thank you. So what happens is your GPS can give you 2 separate locations at once when you only have 3 satellites. You can be where you are above the ground, or you can be somewhere out in space. And so everything was working fine, flying at 250 feet above the ground with 4 GPS satellites. But when I lost connection with the 4th GPS satellite, when I was no longer able to receive it, it said that I only had 3 satellites. And when I went to 3 satellites, instead of having a locked altitude, which we were doing by GPS, not by barometric pressure. Okay, this was before people figured out how to run. This is how we learned to tie barometric pressure into your GPS settings and into your inertial navigation. Well, it's not dark 30 yet, dude. You still got 7 minutes before dark 30. So, anyway, when you're flying along and you have 3 GPS satellites, you can have your true location 250 feet above Earth, or your GPS can tell you that you're out in space. And so my GPS switched from telling me that I was 250 feet above the ground to the fact that I was somewhere way out in space. I was a couple hundred miles above the Earth's atmosphere. And the GPS said, you need to dive to get back to your location at 250 feet above Earth rather than 250 miles above Earth. And so my Yamaha helicopter nosed over and went into the ground at 70 mile an hour because it thought it was in space, not 250 feet above the forest of Fort Benning, Georgia. And so they went out and tried to find my helicopter for 2 days and couldn't find it. So finally, I took the last known GPS location that my helicopter broadcast to me. I loaded that longitude and latitude into another helicopter and told that helicopter to go out and hover 200 feet above the longitude and latitude last recorded. And so we had a Black Hawk follow the drone helicopter out there. So the drone helicopter flew out there and hovered 200 feet above it, and the Black Hawk went out there and said, yeah, we can see it laying there on the ground. We know where it's at now. So they landed not far away and sent a team of guys in to recover what was left of my Yamaha, which was about the motor. And that was about it. All right, go to bed. Have a good night. Dark 30 is the time of Special Forces kicks off there. Flowers. Or flavors, I'm sorry. So that's how you crash $1 million helicopter with great ease. I mean, I'm good at it. I slam that something in the ground like you never seen. People get upset when they crash a remote control airplane. That ain't nothing till you crash $1 million remote control helicopter. If y'all would like to see what
agricultural
I crashed,
drones apply.
if y'all would like to see what I crashed, that's what I crashed. Right there. And in 1997, with all of the electronics, communications package, avionics, inertial navigation system, telemetry, and the helicopter, is about $1.1 million. And that's what I slammed into the ground at 70 mile an hour. And I'm here to tell you, you slam that into a side of a pine tree at 70 mile an hour, there ain't shit left of that thing. Just so you're aware. Well, thank you. We're here to educate. I mean, I've done this for 30 years. If I don't know what the fuck I'm doing right now, I better quit. Yeah, roger that. All right, that was an interesting sound there. Hear that? Sounded like a missile and an explosion, and I heard birds, which is very unusual. We haven't heard a bird all night. To hear a bird at 3:30 in the morning is a little unusual. Yeah, did y'all hear the boom too? Yeah, I'm wearing headphones. That's coming out of Caracas, is where that's coming out of. That's coming off that Caracas coast camera right there. Hear it? Do you hear that? That sounds like a Sam to me. There was just a pop. There's an explosion in the sky. You'll see it at Caracas cam. You'll see the reflection off the clouds. You'll see a flash. So we need to keep close eye on that. Sounded like a SAM went off a minute ago, Kevin. You can rewind and hear it. Sounded like a SAM with a thud. Gun Raptor, what did you do for the Air Force? It sounded like a beach noise until we heard the boom. Yeah, roger that. Well, I have a Superior Service Award from 1st Air Force. To my knowledge, to date, I am the only civilian to ever get a Superior Service Medal from 1st Air Force. fact, I about fell out of my chair when I got it. And when I did fall out of my chair is when I found out I was the only civilian that's ever received one. I mean, I thought it was a great honor to get one, but to then find out that I'm the only civilian that's ever gotten one, well, that kind of did it for me there. Yeah, like really unique. Like I said, I about shit myself. I couldn't believe it. Well, first I couldn't believe they gave me one, and then 6 months later, I found out that one had never been issued to a civilian. I about fell out of my. I did fall out of my chair. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? I got a picture of it here somewhere. I'll try to find it. And the reason I'm going for a picture is because I don't even know where I have the damn thing right now since we've moved. Everything's been packed up, but I haven't found half my shit, and that was 10 years ago, 11 years ago now. No, 9 years ago. Well, I have thousands of pictures and I'm not finding the damn thing right now, but it's documented. Oh, wait a minute. That might be. Come on now. Let me check something here. All right, to everybody that thought we should watch the aircraft coming out of Nellis, I would suggest you go look and see where all of those aircraft are now. Ta-da! They're exactly where I said they would be. They're off the coast of California and Mexico in a training area. I wonder how I knew that.
Man, I'm tired of being right.
No, we think it's a surf now. The wind has changed and the tide may have came in. There are members on this channel. No, I don't know Peaky Blade. Yeah, and where are they all going, Yoshi? They're all going to southwest of LA off the coast to the training area. That's what Nellis does. Nellis is a training base. Confidence and probability style, more than stating his assessment. I don't go by confidence and probability. We're not doing confidence and probability. Confidence is how accurate you think it is. If I don't think it's accurate, I'm not going to tell you. Yeah, I do factual there. Guns. Well, if I would do that if I was on the news server. I'm not on the news server. I'm on the flight server. It's real hard for me to do that on a flight server. We're not designed to do this on the flight server. This was designed to do on the news server, but the news server is not set up to do 4K, and it's an absolute pain in the ass to flip it over to 4K. That's because they haven't given it to me yet. Flavors of the Forest. They told me days ago that they would. Get to Gun Raptor. What you have to understand is, I've been watching these maps for a decade, and we look for one thing on the maps, and that are things that are not normal, anomalies. Anomalies is where you detect something transpiring. So if it's not an anomaly, if it's something that's done regularly, you can predict it like the sun coming up, because as you know, in the Air Force does the same thing repetitively, time and time and time again. Yes, there's network members here. So when they leave out of that airfield, Nellis, and they head up around and come back down, that's most likely training. Yes, and that's what I was basing it on, is what they are doing. And they do it regularly. You know, what I look for is something that's unusual. And then when I see something that's unusual, I have to have at least two other things that are unusual to go along with that. Because when you have three anomalies happening simultaneously, it's about to hit the fan. That's how that flies. Yes, it is 0 dark 30. And Trump may wait till his announcement tomorrow at 2 o'clock. I just got notification that Trump is speaking at 2 p.m. Eastern. And just so you know there, Guns, I'm almost 60 years old, so get me to change anything, good luck that shit. Ask my wife. Yes, in saying most likely, but it's not a chance of most likely at this time of the night launching from there. Launching from Nellis at this time of night is not going to be a flight to Cuba. Yeah, I'm still green or wet behind the ears there, Judy. You were born in 1903, so you're only 122 years old. No, I ban people all the time. Run around people. I'm here to teach people what I know. I normally just tell them off and say, if you don't like how I do it, go fuck yourself. That's my normal response, just so you're aware. But since you're an Air Force veteran, no problem. I try to stay away from OSINT. I stay away from OSINT. To me, OSINT stands for oh shit, I'm not trained. In fact, I can't stand OSINT because the problem with OSINT is those people listen to propaganda. They're not trained. They don't know that they're listening to is propaganda. Folks from OSINT will listen to Scott Ritter. Folks from OSINT will listen to Colonel McGregor. Folks from OSINT will listen to all kinds of Russian mouthpieces and all kinds of propaganda outlets and take what they say as gospel and run with it. Well, probably several will make it off the ground. How many will have a successful mission will be zero. I mean, when was the last time an Su-30 shot down an American aircraft? Key the Jeopardy music. Oh, I stay real. There's no doubt about that. I'm as real as it gets. I've been doing this for too fucking long to be anything else. Exactly. Those are people who do a hobby that's called OSINT. Yeah, but see, I prefer Jesuit and and forces on the ground. That's my sources. So satellite imagery, overflight, and human is what I use. OSINT is open source intelligence. And I don't use open source intelligence. I either use human or SIGINT. So here, everything you're seeing right here is SIGINT. There's nothing on here other than SIGINT information. Every bit of what you're seeing right here is the SIGINT. And the radio traffic that the people I was talking to that are down there on the battlefield was human intelligence. So those are the two forms of intelligence that I use. SIGINT or human. So SIGINT is signals intelligence and human is human intelligence. And so the guy who is down there in the military on the front line right next to Venezuela right now, ready to go, will be part of the conflict. He is my human. And the fact that we are picking up signals from aircraft and picking up radio traffic from aircraft and bringing in these live video streams, that's all SIGINT. So what you're seeing and hearing as far as the radio traffic is signals intelligence. As opposed to OSINT, open source intelligence, or as I put it, oh shit, I'm not trained. Or only stupid idiots not trained. Yeah, I get everything I got from the source. No. The gun raptor. Flight radar is SIGINT because that is pulling up a signal from the aircraft. The aircraft is transmitting that information. Flight radar is SIGINT, exclusively SIGINT, because the entire thing works off of a signal that is transmitted from that aircraft. That is SIGINT, signals intelligence. Yeah, I'm not reading you what somebody wrote on Twitter. No, you can call it open source intelligence. Correct. Everything that is open to the public is open source. It doesn't matter if it's, all of this is open source. My point is, people who do OSINT will take information from everybody, and that's a problem. Yes, and I've got unbelievable human. I got people in militaries around the world for my human. I know about stuff before, like you guys are going to find out on Thursday. Germany has issued new arrest warrants. Wait till you find out who they're for. Belarus has claimed that Lithuania has flown a drone into their territory, and Belarus is calling that an act of war. Y'all make sure you watch Live with Jeff, Johnny, and Lee on Thursday at 2 p.m. Central. It's going to blow your mind with what we're going to show you that we've gotten out of Interpol on Tuesday, or on Thursday, I mean. So be sure and be here on Thursday. Thursday at 2 o'clock Central. We're going to blow your fucking mind with what we found out. And it's Johnny's story, and so I'm not telling the details of it, but you're going to blow your mind. All right, Charlie, you have a good night, buddy. Thank you for all your help. I'm with you, Raptor, and I'm not talking about those people. Those are intelligence professionals. Now, I'm not talking about intelligence professionals. I'm talking about all of these people who are on Twitter and Rumble and YouTube who claim that they're OSINT and they've never been trained by anybody. I'm not talking about anybody that's been trained as an intelligence officer. That's not in my conversation whatsoever. The people who are trained intelligence professionals are trained intelligence professionals. And the people who are trained intelligence professionals aren't on Twitter claiming that they're OSINT. It'll be 3 o'clock Thursday Eastern time. Yep, be there for sure. With the military, anything can happen. Is why nothing has happened. They could have called it off because of weather. They could have called it off because of the solar storm. They could have called it off because Trump said something. They could have called it off because Maduro moved and they don't know where he is. Yeah, you're OS TBT. It's oh shit TBT's here. And there's still not anything saying that it's called off. It's still only 4:14 a.m. What flavors of the force? It's real simple. For me, I don't sleep. Yeah, roger that, Dave. Well, if it's spinning fast, it's on short range. The faster it spins, the shorter the range. David, I need to send you a map. Did you? Well, you got my map of all the SAM sites, right? Yeah, we know you're human, Dave. So, hey, David, get me that picture of a bunch of your guys giving me the thumbs up. I'm hearing aircraft over Caracas coast. There it is. That ain't it. All right, so there's aircraft flying over Caracas. That ain't it either. So there's aircraft flying around down here. Yes, we are familiar with the B-52 and the B-1s that left from Las Vegas, and they are on a training exercise off the coast of California. Well, I just heard an aircraft over Caracas Beach. Now, who it is and what it is, I don't know, but it ain't one of those airliners that I got on the screen. It ain't one of them. So an aircraft just flew over the Caracas Beach. MG, we've been reporting that for over an hour, and they are going off the west coast. You can see them on the map. They are going off the west coast to do a training area out there. So MG, who told you that for one, and two, go back and tell them that it's nothing. Yeah, we haven't had a problem with your hot mic in a while, King Kong. Yeah, roger that, David. David, what you can do is you can take big black duct tape and put KLW on the side of one of your helicopters and take a picture of it. Just the letters KLW and big black duct tape. That'd be cool as shit. Peel it off right after you take the picture. Yeah, it's coming. How is it as legitimately exciting? Because shit blowing up is exciting. I don't give a fuck if you're 3 years old or 300 years old. Shit blowing up is cool. Yeah, doesn't matter if you're 8 or 80, crippled or crazy. Shit blowing up is cool and exciting. Yeah, the turret toss clips were the shit. We might get back to doing more of that. Correct. People come to me for the truth. People come to me for knowledgeable answers, not shit that I looked up on Google Earth or Wikipedia. All right, roger that, Dave. Well, Melissa, welcome. I wouldn't be worried about them in Caracas, not unless they work for Maduro or their senior military people. Yes, Gun Raptor, I am aware that our stream is up outside many a skiff. Uh, at the Marine Corps, at the Air Force, at the Navy, at the Army, at the Department of Homeland Security, and a few other facilities at government agencies, as well as at NATO and British MOD. Our stream is live in probably on average about 24 uh, government locations, military locations worldwide every day. Israel, the NATO, there's a lot of places. And we had a lieutenant colonel from Marine Corps in here one night who said that they watch us 24/7. And I asked him, well, how many times a month or how often am I wrong? And he said, well, according to our intel, about twice a month. And I said, can you name a time I've been wrong? And he couldn't name a single time. And they had been watching us for years. So, I don't do this for a large number of people to watch me. I do this to provide real intelligence in real time to people. That's my goal. I don't care if I got 100 or 100,000 watching. I do it to make sure that you guys get the truth from somewhere. And I found out that the only way that you guys are ever going to get the truth is if I put it out there for you. So that's why I'm here. The sunrise down there is at 5:30 to 6. So they got another hour to an hour and a half before sunrise down there. They got another hour till the end of Zero Dark 30. Zero Dark 30 ends at 5:30. And again, like somebody was asking earlier, how come they didn't go tonight? Because the target is Maduro. So if he disappeared, if he went somewhere that there's too big of a crowd and they don't want collateral damage, there can be all kinds of reasons why it's called off for the moment. The U.S. government is not about to attack, and that's one of the reasons Maduro has been at all of these events and been hosting all of these events, because the U.S. is not going to attack Maduro if he's standing in a crowd of 500 people. The U.S. is not going to do that. He has to be alone or just with his bodyguards or with very few people. U.S. is, and again, the U.S. is not attacking Venezuela. The U.S. is planning on carrying out attack against the cartel of the Suns and Maduro and their facilities. And Maduro was the number one target. So if you can't hit Maduro, then you're not going to launch the attack. Maduro is the key target. So unless you've got a clear shot on him, you got to wait. Correct. Human shields, easy. Exactly. Correct. Trump has to make up his mind before he goes live. I think Trump has already made up his mind. It's a matter of Maduro is a target of opportunity, and when you get the opportunity to take it, that's when they're going to strike. They prefer to do that at night. Maybe Maduro didn't go to his underground bunker tonight. Maybe Maduro is staying in a hotel, and they're just not going to bomb a fucking hotel full of people. Okay, the U.S. does not work like that. Oh, they got ways to confirm who he is, and he's there. Yeah, I'm not going to go into how they do that, but yeah, there's. I love the other day when Maduro held up a phone and said, "It's private. Not even the Americans can listen to it." That was great. I fucking love that because it showed us what phone he was using. Oh, you gotta love him. You gotta love him. Yeah, roger that, David. Yeah, roger that. We watched the Russians rolling across the border, and they didn't even up, plane, 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 plane. That ain't on the map. That is not on the map. The aircraft we just tracked is not on the map. See that? That is not on the map. See it? See that plane coming in and landing right there? That is not on the map. That aircraft is not on flight radar. And we have no filters on. Everything should be there. I get mine straight from the Radiolink website. It's the RLC-823A. Again, RLC-823A. Yeah, that's what I use. I've got a collection of them. If I was on the other server, I can go in and show you. You won't believe what I can do with that camera. The other great part about it is it has an infrared sensitivity on it, so that if somebody fires up an infrared illuminator, the camera sees it too. Yeah, they're going to a training area off the coast of Mexico, and it's right there where the line is between Mexico and Southern California. That's where they're going. It's a regular thing. When they all took off and headed that way, I knew where they were going immediately. They do it all the time. But when you watch these maps 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for 10 years, you get a pretty good idea. And you're only watching military aircraft, you get a pretty good idea of what's going on. I buy new ones, send them out. So I buy it and give their address. And then we also have members that have cameras. And those members have cameras, and then they give us access to those cameras so we can log into them at any time. And then I have other people who have cameras, and I have direct access to their cameras. All right, roger that. Are you mailing it, or are you sending it over the network, Dave? No, I didn't say the RCL 823A. That's not what I said. the RLC-823S2. Or the RCL 823A. Look. Here. Right there. Smart 4K PTZ, PoE IP camera with auto tracking, 16x optical zoom, RLC-823A. There it is. Okay. If you get the S2, that's this one that has a white light in it. That is 16x optical zoom also, but it has a white light as opposed to an infrared light. So you can, this is color night vision right there. So you can get that one, or you can get this one. This is the one I use right here. So this is the S2. This is the S1. Okay. So the S1 has the white lights. Okay, and I believe the S2 has the infrared lights. Right here. That's not the one. I have the one that has. I don't have this one. See, there's two lights like that. I do not have that one. I have this one right here. The RCL 823A 16X right here that has this underneath of it. It's infrared lights. It does not have white lights. It has infrared lights. Yeah, that one you can see in it. That's not mine. Yeah, this is what I have. This one here. See that? Right there, you can't see the lenses on it. That's what I have. I have 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 7 of those right now. That camera right there. So it's the RLC 823A 16X. Yeah, see, that's only got 5X. That's not, the S1 is not mine. Mine is the 16X. And it's the S1, not the S2. The S2 has white lights. The S1 has infrared. Right here, S2. So they've changed it, giving it white lights. Mine doesn't have it. Mine only has infrared lights. They have their own software. Yeah, it works great on mobile and cell phones. That's what it was designed for. You can talk through it also. All right, so this is the aircraft Dave's talking about right there. Well, just so you know that the ones that are the Chinese ones, everything you say and everything they see, the Chinese are watching and listening to. RC, it's the housing gun raptor. One has a 16x lens assembly in it, and the other one doesn't. That's not true. I have a cell phone that's got a thermal imager in it. It's not made by the Chinese. The cat cell phone, made in Europe. Yeah, I have a S61. It's a cat. Let me see it. I don't. Yeah, a cat S62. No, there's another company that makes them too. That's not the only company that makes them. There's several companies that make them. I just looked one up just a couple months ago. I was going to buy it for the fire department. It's going to be my fire department phone, but I got a yeah, I have an S61. I don't know what it is now. John, I'd have to go research it again. But they make 4 different models. I can tell you that. Whoever it is, they make 4 models. They make the new phone for cat. And it was just like 6 months ago that I actually talked to them. And they were in Europe. It wasn't in China. Yes, I like the S61 better than the S62. That's why I have an S61. I had the chance to buy an S62 and didn't do it. Hell, I had them for sale on my website. I sold about a dozen of them. Yes, that's all I use it for is Wi-Fi, because I use it when I'm in the Intimidator, and I have SATCOM through the Intimidator, so I use it through the Wi-Fi. I have a Wi-Fi transmitter on the top of my 50-foot mast. Got over 1,000-foot range from the vehicle. Yeah, well, we have our own private app with AES 256-bit encryption. Allison V, FCC has nothing to do with the U.S. military radios. And what are you talking about? General Petraeus is a former Russian bloc media mogul. And how do you know that? Well, do you know who I am? I'm betting you don't. Well, you're talking to the guy that brought STEE into the U.S. military. Well, I was senior technical staff at CCOM. You know who that is, don't you? Well, I worked on Echelon. And so what does that mean with 9/11/2001 in the state of New York? What are you trying to tell us? So I'm still not getting, what are you trying to tell us about your own all data cog surveillance on 9/11/2001 in the state of New York? What are you trying to say by that statement? So what reference does that have to do with 9/11? All right. Well, what I'm not understanding here is your website has absolutely nothing to do with data. And why would you go from knowing all of this about data and doing all this about technology to selling garlic-based foods? I mean, or supplies. You only have 17 subscribers on your channel, and you only have 15 videos, and not a single one of them has anything to do with data. You talk about detoxing and, you know, that kind of stuff. I don't understand that. Yes, Hans Gruber, they are going for a training exercise off the coast of California, which I have said a dozen times already this evening. In fact, they are involved in the training exercise off the coast of California. Not yet, Clark. Yeah, roger that. Oh shit, I'm not trying. Yeah, well, I worked for CCOM, and I worked for STI. I brought STI in. I've never heard of it. Yeah, who manages a SEAL team? Well, a lieutenant doesn't manage SEAL teams. Well, actually, all SEAL teams are underseen or overseen by a admiral. Well, no lieutenant is overseeing any SEAL team. Yeah, well, I work for Rear Admirals, and I work with the U.S. Navy SEAL teams. What does a there's okay. Well, you've been rambling on for a half an hour, and you haven't said a thing that I believe yet. So, but you may not have to lie, but I haven't seen anything that's the truth. So, you your profile is right there. Your profile is right where? I don't see your profile anywhere. I looked at your YouTube page, and it's all I see is some guy that has 17 followers or 15 followers and 17 videos, and none of them are about the military. None of them are about government. None of them are about encryption. None of them are about electronics. None of them are about satellite communications. They're about something to do with garlic.
This is Venezuela. 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 This is
All right, so where was your office when you did all this? Yeah, roger that. Oh, that's a good answer. Multiple locations. Where was your corporate office? Okay, and that's where else did you work? Where was your corporate office? Well, you're full of shit. Because the corporate office for that company was never in New York City. I don't see a link to anything. Yeah. Okay. Again, you haven't said anything that can be verified so far. You bet me $1 million. I can't prove you got $10 right now. Okay. Put your full name in the chat. I'm still waiting for him to put his full name in the chat. Poof, just like that, he disappears. Wants to bet $1 million, but doesn't want to give me his name. Yeah. You put it. Let's see it. Put it in the chat. Put your name in the chat. Put your name in the chat. Okay, well, this is the problem I have. You claim that you are an expert on anti-gravity. Anti-gravity. Well, it says right here on the research that I just did on that name exactly that you've had scientific and research roles, extensive experience in DNA coding, biological databases, molecular biology. He's also worked in highly classified projects, including above black projects. Really, above black projects. That's a fucking name I've never heard. Above black projects associated with secret space programs, SSP, and unacknowledged special access programs, USAP, involving advanced technologies like AI, anti gravity systems, and designer beings. This 4electrons.com focuses on alternative energy solutions, potentially tied to his discussion on anti gravity and effective energy systems. That's what it says. So you don't have anything to do with 4electrons.com? I own more U.S. patents than you do, so get out of here with your fucking patents, dude. Who's Dr. Price? And what do you mean that hydrogen transmission is EMP resilient or resistant? How does actually electricity flow? Why is copper and other materials used for wire? Why is copper better than aluminum or steel? What makes a metal allow for the conduction of electricity? And is gold a good conductor of electricity? If I have a steel bar and I have a copper bar and I have a gold bar and I have a silver bar. Yeah, I knew Dr. Peter Vincent Pry. I was part of the EMP task force. And again, I never heard of it. And gold is not a fantastic conductor. Gold is a better contactor than a conductor, and that's only because it's soft. Well, I'm interested in the anti-gravity stuff. It keeps coming back to the anti-gravity. Yeah, this is all JBL's fault. Okay, well, I keep seeing every time I search your name, I keep seeing claims of anti-gravity. Yeah, that's what we're trying to find out is what force switches off gravity. So again, how do you switch that off in every atom in a human body and every atom in the earth? And helium is light because of its molecular structure. Yeah, anything that's patented is not classified. Correct, or pure. Well, stimulated is what happens when my wife gets excited, and perturbations is what happens after I eat Mexican. Supermassive black hole. No, you're talking about the ex-vice president. We're not talking about that. I've got more than a sense of humor. Okay, so I still don't have the anti-gravity thing here. Okay, well, let me put it to you this way. Albert Einstein said, if you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it well enough. So put it out here simply for the layman to understand. I've been to Area 51. I never said he was alive. I just said that's what he said. Okay, I'm still waiting for the simple answer here. So what have you levitated? We're not talking about the U.S. Navy here. Can you stick to one subject? I got the answer. I didn't hear it. I missed it. 2 + 2 = 4. Is that it? There it is. I got the answer now. 1 + 1 is 11. All right, Allison V, put $200 in the super chat. I'm still waiting for the $200 in the super chat. I'm waiting. No, I don't want $200 in Allison V. That's a product. I'm talking about $200 in cash. There's the super chat. Knock yourself out. Yeah, see? Nate gave me $10. Do 20 times that.